I think it might be useful to just kind of like talk a little bit about how Latour is kind of inflecting what we're doing going forward. And again, I'm going to keep singing Envy's praises for sort of brute forcing me into this. It kind of connects with my sort of desire to sort of leave sort of a lefty label space, not in terms of like my politics aren't leftist anymore, my politics have remained unchanged, but simply because it carries baggage with it, as well as a general reactionary tendency to protect existing leftist institutions and groups and so on that I don't necessarily want to be burdened by. I don't think that really is helpful. I don't think that generates any light really. So in very broad strokes, the attitude that we're going to be taking, and sort of the general orienting framework, and this is a crude caricature of Latour, so calm down, Envy, calm down his stuff, but it's going to be looking at community identity and knowledge acquisition as a process of assimilating the outside, and not as a matter of creating ideal representations of something that is actually outside of our world and generating like a fact-based understanding of what actually is, right? So in Latour, what Latour calls the old regime, right? There was this conception of our relationship to knowledge. So you had inside, you had civilization, and then you had outside, nature. Okay, this is what he calls a bicameral system. And within civilization, you have stuff like politics, culture, religion, science, right? All these things. You can add like economics, whatever. And what all these have in common, with the exception of one that we'll get into in a moment, is that all of these are based on stuff that is pliant. It's based on opinion, it's based on feelings, based on, loyalties to tribes, to ideas, to organizations, to ventures, what have you. Whereas out here in nature, everything is fixed. Okay, this is the world outside of the artifice of human construction. All of this is permanent and simply there. And so our relationship to nature is not as something, we don't construct nature, and we aren't a part of nature. We read nature, and we read nature either correctly or incorrectly, which makes the role of the scientist, the role of the one who goes into the beyond and then comes back as special and ascendant above all of these. Problem, of course, is that the terms in which scientists understand nature and the way in which they are motivated to pick out what is of interest and what is not of interest, the terms they decide to use, the things they pay attention to, the things they neglect, and so on, and the import of these things for civilization, for politics, culture, religion, science, and economics, etc., art, what have you, can add a whole bunch of things. These are all inflected by these. In fact, this is a political organization. Science is funded. Science is manned by people who are made by all of these things, and who make all of these things. And so what happens is there is kind of a veiling that takes place. The political nature of science's interpretation of nature ends up being, the political nature of that interpretation of nature ends up being obscured. And so scientists end up becoming a kind of, and science, capital S science, I fucking love science, ends up being a short circuit for democracy. It ends up being a way of canceling out the actual free exchange of ideas, opinions, and open discussion, because one of these elements is arbitrarily treated due to a faulty metaphysics that treats nature as one thing with fixed forms that must be understood as sort of the word of God, as it were. One of these things has an anointed status. So Brooks was right all the time ago when he challenged your anarchist self-designation. I'm going to disagree because I find that comment annoying and pedantic, and it insists upon itself. How dare you, sir? I asked you to play Pathologic at one point, but I've asked a lot these past weeks. We'll get there, okay? Look, do you have any idea how stressful Pathologic is? You don't understand what you're asking me. You ain't asking me to play Resident Evil 9 on stream. You're asking me to play something where it's like, oh, I gotta check my fitness watch constantly. It's a stressful game in a different way. Haircut Sunday? This isn't Haircut Sunday. This is not Bedhead Sunday. And frankly, I'm not even sure about that. I don't think I'm looking too great right now. I've been really stressed last little while, but hopefully that'll change. So instead of this bicameral system in which you have the House of Nature and the House of Politics, right? Instead, Bruno Latour proposes something like this. And let me actually find the actual diagram. He loves diagrams. Makes so many goddamn diagrams. Instead of politics as opposed to nature, we have a human collective that is made of the stuff of the universe, but is composed of specifically human interests, right? It is concerned primarily with the human. And it doesn't regard outside. Oh, I need to recenter this. It doesn't regard the outside as a fixed and immutable nature. Rather, it regards the inside of this as the human. The distinction becomes between the human, and then out here, there's the non-human. And the task then for knowledge is not of obtaining sort of the sacred writ of nature and interpreting it for having certain anointed figures interpret it for humans, for politics, to short circuit politics, and to tell politics what it has to do, to tell humans what they have to do, to wag their finger when they make opinions, or they have opinions that seem to run counter to the opinions of the scientists or what seems intuitive from there. Rather, goal is to identify those non-human elements that challenge us, that endanger us, or that interest us. Making it small again. I'm sorry, I'm very bad at this. Even though I'm copying someone else's diagram, I'm very bad at this. And to bring them into our community as persons, as things that we consult. So we do still have like a respect for science. Science is critical, but science ends up being disciplines. And we'll just, of identify, how do we want to say it? Of manipulation, of interpretation, disciplines of interpretation. We'll just call them disciplines, okay? We use the different scientific disciplines, what he calls complication and controversies, to basically feel out these things, feel out the non-human, get a sense of what ways in which they impinge on things that are already established about us, things that we already know, quote unquote, and then to bring them into the ensemble of elements that we consider when we are deliberating about our understanding of our relationship with the rest of the world and what we ought to do. The key difference here is that rather than proposing sort of an outside nature that acts as kind of like a sort of a back wall, you know, a back wall insisting on like there's nowhere to explore back here, everything's ahead, right? This is the floor. Instead, it eschews all of that, and we do maintain our previous understandings of things, but these are provisional terms and kind of a lexicon that we are constantly changing, constantly improving, right? So rather than nature being that which dictates to us through the testimony of scientists what we ought to do, rather the role of scientists is to bring non-human elements, the unfamiliar, to our awareness, to our understanding, to clarify their parts to the extent that they can, to bring more and more terms for our consideration that then become a part of the whole collective of human things, as things that we consult in our community. So we end up understanding ourselves not as distinct from nature, but as a certain arrangement of nature that prioritizes the human, right? Self-consciously. And that's going to be our sort of orienting framework. We're going to try to bring everything that we talk about sort of into this kind of model where the interest is not in establishing facts of the case, but in finding ways in which to make new concepts, new tools and stuff intelligible and useful and interesting for viewers, right? Obviously, like, the channel doesn't represent the circle of the human, but we're going to kind of adopt this model. The goal is to prioritize the discovery of new intellectual tools, new means of bringing the strange and the unfamiliar into our discourse meaningfully. And that's what the theory focus of the channel is going to be going forward. This approach is what Bruno Latour calls political ecology. We're just going to call it the shorthand sort of an ecological approach to political philosophy for the time being, because that's also subject to change. And then to that end, I'm going to be treating the Discord server as this essentially. This is going to be a communal venture of discovering new terms, new tools, new forms that we can then bring to bear on things and elaborate our understanding of stuff. And hopefully generate some stuff that's new. A lot of the people in the server are actually in academia, and they are very keen and very enthusiastic and very driven. And they've been doing some really amazing stuff already. I'm going to be like, even just the nature of content suggestions has been so much more useful, because where before people would just like post links to videos and stuff to react to, now they're posting threads. And so people are having discussions. And so I can actually make streams oriented around involvement in discussions and engaging with discussion, giving reads from sort of an anointed spot to sort of provoke how people talk about it, or provoke criticism of me, either or. But also just drawing attention to these discussions and just, giving them airtime to sort of elaborate. And a lot of them are really interesting. We're going to be going over a few things. Apparently Bentley Hart has a bad take on Nietzsche. We're going to be going into a little bit, but we're going to try, it's actually not entirely unlike, but it's not entirely like either. It's not entirely like what Brooks is doing in the QC with the, what was it called? Was he gotten rid of it? I think he might have gotten rid of it. It was the, I don't remember the terms, like the Kitsuragi project or something. You know what I'm talking about? I can't, oh God, I'm going to butcher the pronunciation of it. Kintsugi, the Kintsugi project, where you reassemble broken pots, right? You take broken pottery, and there's an art form associated with reassembling it, gluing it back together, and the damage actually opens up new means of artistic elaboration. That's sort of what Brooks has been doing. Not exactly what we're doing, but our approach towards critique is going to be a lot more positive, because it's going to be with this angle in mind. I was thinking of Kim Kitsuragi. That's what was confusing me. But yeah, that's the worst part about having a theory head audience is whenever I talk about stuff like this, I know at any given time there's 10 people who are like, that freaking idiot. Look at that freaking loser idiot. Look what he's doing. But I got the channel and you don't, so I win. Okay, that's the I'm going to use the FD signifier defense. That's going to be the general framework for how we go forward. So we're going to start going through Bruno Latour's Politics of Nature. Not the Politics of Nature, Politics of Nature. And this book is one of the things that I started covering on my channel was Carl Schmitt, jurist of the Nazi Party in Germany, but also a really interesting and influential for leftists as well, political theorist, influential for leftists and rightists political theorist, influential for a lot of pro-Israeli people, actually, political theorist. He wrote a book called The Nomos of the Earth, and the word nomos it takes from Greece, and it originally refers to it connects to a set of words which have to do with pasturing and cordoning off areas of land for particular uses, especially in agriculture. But more broadly, and it gets translated as law for this reason, it refers to three things. The acquisition of territory, so the act of bringing it under the control of one body. Thank you, I appreciate that. And then the act of apportioning it. And then, in terms of you cut up the land that you've acquired into private households and public spaces, say, as an example. And that's now what that world is now made up of. It's now made up of a division of these two categories of spaces. And then these two categories themselves have to be spatially understood, because categories are defined against each other, right? They are quite literally understood in terms of different spaces. I don't know why I did this in particular, but you get the idea. And then lastly, it has to do with the economic and social order that results from that apportionment. You can think of that in terms of, you can think of all of this in terms of the constitution of a political entity, in the really old sense of that word, not in terms of a written document, but in terms of quite literally the distribution and definition of the things, the objects that make up a given society. And you can understand these conceptual regimes both in terms of actual political arrangements, but also in terms of views of the world. And indeed, that's actually what Carl Schmitt actually ends up talking about in The Nomos of the Earth. He's talking specifically about the way in which states and global imperial powers understand the terms of play between different lines, between different sections of the world, right? The New World being a place where there is no higher law, where you can actually wage war against other parties, versus in Europe, where that has more existential stakes. Bruno Latour comes in, and he takes this approach, and he applies it to our concepts. And this is something that Carl Schmitt actually touches on a little bit, but he doesn't go far enough, because he's a reactionary. Carl Schmitt's attitude towards the nomos, this spatial arrangement of the world as an understanding, is essentially conservative. We need to protect this, because when this breaks down, destruction and manipulation and other sorts of disintegration are able to pour between the lines. The lines staying up is what maintains the possibility of like politics and the possibility of long-term projects succeeding. In a certain respect, he's very Hobbesian, right? Interestingly enough, his book on Hobbes is also his most anti-Semitic. What is it called? Leviathan and the State Theory of Thomas Hobbes? I think it's the title. It's been a long time. I don't actually own a copy of that. Der Leviathan in der Staatslehre des Thomas Hobbes. Yeah, there we go. He talks about like the use of law to refer to things like natural principles, physical, like principles of physics, like natural laws, say, or physical laws or laws of physics, which is interesting. It's an anthropomorphization of the consistencies of the material of the world that we see, right? The predictability of how the world works. What Bruno Latour does is he takes that frame of reference and he applies it to our concepts of the way we divide things that we generally take for granted and have taken for granted for thousands of years. The distinction, for example, between the human and the non-human world. Sometimes you'll see some clever person go like, well, isn't there actually not a sharp distinction between the natural world and humanity? Isn't our behavior also consistent with, you know, the course of material history in the exact same way that the biological, quote unquote, biological, there's a word to flag, the biological evolution of like ants and their constructions, or like primates and their tools and so on and so forth, beavers and their dams, etc. Aren't these sort of continuous with each other? It's just a matter of elaboration and intellectualization. It's still part of the same world, right? So you will then have people argue, like especially like ecologists versus, you know, degrowth people and so on. They'll argue about that kind of thing. Like, is there something fundamentally unnatural or artificial, quote unquote, that distinguishes human life from the rest of the world? It's like, yeah, you can refer to the artifice, but typically it's taken to be the opposite of the natural. And this is very consistent with how a lot of, especially societies in the Western tradition, quote unquote, and Western is another term that can be broken down in the same way, have sort of conceived of the difference between the human world and the non-human world. There is a single nature that is this homogeneous, endless plane of existence where everything is always the same, where there are rules and laws, and it just is in this kind of way. And then there are human responses to that nature that take many different forms. There are many different cultures, many different styles of politics, many different types of organization, etc., etc. And these can all be grouped under like civilization or community or politics or artificiality or the human world or whatever, but they are different. They work differently. And as a result of that fundamental difference that is presumed between the natural and the human, the natural ends up serving as essentially the word of God, right? So the natural is a fixed point by which you can understand everything in the human world as equally fixed. Because if there is something here that is permanent, and there's a limited set of responses to this thing that is permanent, well then you now have, obviously, like every single thing is a response to this permanent thing. You have kind of a wall upon which you can build things. This is sort of how like social contract theory works. This is how justifications for certain types of subjugating hierarchies work. Like A Bug's Life. The grasshoppers, right? Has anyone seen A Bug's Life? So in A Bug's Life, it's very stupid because grasshoppers are actually preyed upon by ants. But in A Bug's Life, there's this colony of ants that just harvest food, but there's a gang of grasshoppers that fly in and they take a massive cut of their food. Like a massive cut. And the justification given is that, look guys, this is a reciprocal symbiotic relationship. We're bigger bugs than you. We have the ability to fight other bugs. So if you don't like feed us, then we won't be around to fight off these other bugs that will come in and hurt you. But they're the ones actually doing it. If you conjecture, if you propose that there is a natural order of intrinsic violence from which all human beings desperately want to escape, which is why we are here, then you have essentially created a cheat code for justifying any and all tyranny. Why? Because to rebel against that tyranny is to risk the breaking down of those lines that prevent you from falling back into that state of nature that you would trade anything to escape. And so you've essentially tricked people into thinking that they have consented to something they've never consented to, and the thing that they're consenting to is actually the very act of violent subjugation they are supposedly trying to escape through it. That's Hobbes. A part of my Angela Collier response video is going to talk about how, because she uses the language of the social contract. She talks about how in a video called Functioning Governments Fund Scientific Research, how there is a contract with the government, right? We pay taxes, the government hires experts and pays for experts to maintain society. Maintain roads, do science, etc., protect the environment, make sure that the world is livable and safe for the people who are paying taxes for it. Angela Collier is wrong. Functioning societies, functioning governments do not fund scientific research. Functioning governments have existed before scientific research. Functioning governments keep their subjects in line. That's what functioning governments do. They don't require scientific research or for general prosperity in order to function. Now, here's the catch, and this is where it gets tricky. Collier, who is someone I have a lot of respect for, is invoking contractual logic in a very sincere way. But she's been duped, as many very smart people have been. Because it sounds like, when you say, you have a contract with the government, that therefore that obligates the government. It does not. The function of social contract logic is to distinguish between the natural world, which you want to escape, and the political world, which is your refuge. And so the function of contractual logic is not to obligate the sovereign power, the government or the state. The function of contractual logic is to obligate the subject not to rock the boat too much. But because it's framed in terms of a contract, it sounds like it obligates both parties. It does not. One has all of the power, one has none of the power. Or more accurately, the power of the one is invalid unless it is actually channeled through ways that are germane to the continuance of the power of the other. And so the natural political distinction, which is implied by contractual theory, it's actually Hobbes's biggest contribution to political philosophy, and it's ingenious, and it's actually based off of a model of concealed slavery in his own time. Thomas Hobbes was a member of the Virginia Company briefly. The Virginia Company relied on indentured labor. Indentured labor is when you have a slave that has signed a contract. Either they are in jail, and this is how they serve their sentence, or this is how they pay off their debt, which is they've agreed to pay off their debt by being a slave. That's what it is. It's using a power imbalance in order to take control of somebody else's labor, and so on and so forth. Using that model, apply it to politics. Yeah, you don't like the king. Yeah, he taxes you. Yeah, he doesn't respect your freedom. Yeah, he insults you, makes you live in squalor, etc., etc. There's an unequal distribution of wealth, whatever. But because he protects you from the state of nature from which you must have wanted to escape, look, I will show you the logic, okay, inherent in how you operate now. You actually consented to this rule. You gained from this arrangement. Of course, as anarchists will point out, actually all of the production and organization that was required for that sovereign to emerge preceded it, necessarily. Before there was a social contract, or there could have been a social contract, there must have been language. There must have been a capacity to come together and negotiate. There must have been some kind of common life in which people were able to get to a point where, for example, the notion of production and of industry and of all these different goods that supposedly are secured by sovereign power, all of them must have been in our imagination, which means we must have made them already. And this is the answer of Rousseau. Hobbes is looking at modern people and projecting them backwards in time and presuming that this is how they always were. Therefore, they went to war with each other in a state of nature because they all had pride and they all had property, but they didn't. We have pride and property, and we go to war over property because we have a sense of our social existence. We have an idea of reputation. We have an idea of land being owned such that there is a thing to go to war over, right? And long story short, that division between society and nature, between politics and nature, ends up being, in Bruno Latour's words, a way to short-circuit politics, a way to short-circuit the actual functioning of democracy, where you, I'm going to pop the title on the screen, so we're canvassing what we're going to go over in the future right now, and we'll actually go through the book probably at the end of, like near the end of this portion, or maybe next stream, because we're going to go through the whole book, which, by the way, buy a hard copy of it, it's very nice. It becomes a means to short-circuit politics, as in the actual coming together of humans in a social situation and arguing with each other and deliberating, what's the word I'm looking for, collectively, about how they want to live with each other and what it is that they should do in any given situation over any given issue. Like, how is it that we want to be, and so on and so forth? What is it that we want to do? What things do we want to achieve? What things do we want to avoid? What things are we taking into account when we think about these things? The natural social division ends up creating a situation where there is consultation and argument and deliberation. There are people who argue about things, but that's all in the realm of politics and opinion over here. This stuff is pliant and malleable and soft and otherwise disregardable. Over here, there is nature, which is fixed and homogeneous. And so scientists, philosophers, doctors, race scientists, etc., they confer with nature as scientists or philosophers, or natural philosophers as they were once called. And then they come back to explain to the rabble nature's inexorable laws. And in the wake of that, and you see this all the time come out when right-wingers, for example, will argue about the need for national borders to protect tribal identity. Just look what the primates do. In the wake of that, mere opinion can't really hold up unless you want to deny expertise, which is not generally an easy sell, because expertise gives you a lot of really good things and shows itself to be very efficacious. But what's happened is that science has basically intruded into the realm of politics and has obscured in the process its own political formation. And what I mean by this is the scientists who go out into nature and get the laws of nature that they bring back and dictate to the rest of society, those people's opinions, those people's disciplines, those people's institutions, and their efforts, and what they choose to pay attention to or to ignore, is the result of their own upbringing in that same society, by politics, by culture, their funding by political institutions, their loyalties, and so on and so forth, the philosophical regimes that they take on or disregard. As a consequence of this, you end up with a political regime masquerading itself as something that is fundamentally guided by something above politics. But it's not. Even if the scientists are right, the nature of what it is that they are doing, and by right we say something very specific. We do not mean even if they are correctly interpreting the laws of nature. What we mean is actually whether or not they are bringing back things that conform with the prior accepted propositions by society, which is logos, right? Logic. Even if they are doing that correctly, that obscuring that takes place means that a fundamental ingredient in our actually having any kind of collective self-possession or self-knowledge is being obscured. We are no longer actually doing science anymore. We are doing politics, like political alchemy, basically, that, happens to work at retail, as Wilfrid Sellers puts it. There's a fundamental failure to understand or to comprehend in this process. There's a fundamental overreach that it commits. But at the small scale, it works. At the short time scale, it works. Works enough that we can treat it like it's just absolutely true. But then you read someone like James C. Scott, who talks about scientific forestry and talks about the way in which the state funded scientists to measure and arrange forests to make the maximum possible yield for valuable types of timber and to make the forests as legible and as easily traversable as possible. So they clear away the brush, they clear away unwanted trees, they plant only wanted trees, and so on. And at retail, as in for a good 50 to 100 years maybe, it works. They get a whole lot of wood that they want and they make a whole lot of money. But sometimes the time scale of things is longer than that of a human life or that of any particular government's plans. And so decades and decades later, this plan, which worked so well, suddenly results in the forests dying. Infections destroy large amounts of homogeneous crops that have no variation within them to, stop the spread of like a fungus or a parasite that, eats one kind of tree but not another. Instead, it just hops from tree to tree to tree, the entire forest being consumable for it. Or the clearing process itself ends up reducing those ecological conditions that made the forest previously thrive. Clearing up the brush, making the forest less dense, reducing the biodiversity results in the soil becoming, what would the word be? Robbed of essential nutrients, right? It's important that we not just, do science in a disciplined and methodologically rigorous way, so to speak. It's actually really important also that we understand that what we are doing when we are doing science is not finding out inexorable laws of nature. We are making the world legible to discourse, to social discourse as it has developed so far, and finding ways to make it compatible. And that inflects what we pay attention to and what we don't pay attention to. But it doesn't determine it, because sometimes what we choose collectively not to pay attention to is still wrong, in the sense of there's a contradiction that takes place at a certain greater time scale. The things that we pay attention to or don't pay attention to can be not just the result of having like sort of an unreflected upon class division or institutional slant in terms of like what kinds of research we're willing to fund, what kinds of issues we actually care about or are willing to collectively pay attention to. It can be people we don't care about, environmental factors we don't care about. We're making money right now, we're getting free real estate, we don't care. We're comfortable for now. So sometimes those things that you ignored, they endanger you later on, and that then provokes, new efforts to assimilate these new things into the realm of society, right? And so essentially this is what politics of nature is. Not the politics of nature, politics of nature. Because this is a politics, what he's presenting is a politics of nature. I.e., not the politics of nature as in like, these are the different political responses to nature. It's like, no, nature itself is a political construction. Nature itself is a fundamentally political principle. It is the theoretical outside that justifies the inside of a community. A community fundamentally built not of a collective that is exploring and attempting to assimilate the non-human elements that are unfamiliar to it but still challenge it outside of its borders, but a community that is fundamentally determined and structured according to an oppressive outside that justifies institutions that keep the outside outside and the inside inside. So, hence Thomas Hobbes' Leviathan. Hence the idea in Aristotle. A stateless person is like a lone piece in a board game like backgammon. It's one that you can capture. So it invites war, right? You don't want to rebel against the tyrant because that risks going back to a state of nature, and we know you consented. We know you consented to a social contract to get out of nature. So you're going against your own interests and against your own will if you rebel against the King of England, say. Right? And so this sort of ecological approach, this political ecological approach in which we are fundamentally trying to, because we're not a political organization, we are fundamentally trying to, as a collective here, develop new ways of assimilating the unfamiliar to the familiar and giving you new tools to think through things, which I think is the most interesting part of political science and philosophy, just as a consumer of it, so to speak. It was certainly the most fun I had in university. It's when someone introduces a completely new way of like just rotating the model so that just everything changes. That's like the most interesting part of any of this to me. It's why I love science fiction as a genre, because it does that sometimes. It's the best part of virtually everything. Music, literature, whatever. That's what I'm here for. And so we're going to be going over the politics. I keep saying it's like a Freudian slip. We're going to be going over Politics of Nature by Bruno Latour. That's sort of our first theory focus. Afterwards, we're probably going to start spreading out and branching out a little bit. But that'll be determined on Patreon streams, where I will be convoking the collective of the GSL, the Gay Science Laboratory. We'll be talking about where we've been and where we want to go on that basis, and if we've discovered new places to go, right? By the way, Sunday, this also happens with the concept of society or the social. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Absolutely. I mean, you can determine that just from the fact that, like, if the wall is phony, if the wall is problematic, then both sides of the wall are, right? We're also going to do this a little bit, incorrectly at times, so to speak, because a lot of this is new, and a lot of this is new to me. A major reason why I'm super interested in Latour is because he brings back into the range of political theory, or the range of critical theory rather, a lot of the political philosophy that I had previously put behind me, and that I had spent a lot of time working with and struggling with. And it's sort of been an abject lesson in, like, hey, don't run into the error of thinking that just because you found something to overcome in some piece of work, that therefore you've comprehended it, and that therefore it is useless to you. A lot of the best philosophers I've been working with are people who go back to very old stuff, or stuff that has been forgotten. And they become the vectors of how that forgotten, neglected stuff that we just stopped paying attention to comes back to challenge us, right? Without, for example, valorizing reactionary points of view. Carl Schmitt was a Nazi. Fuck him, he's in hell. But it would be a mistake to disregard the concerns, right? The points of interest, the angles and the edges and the walls that were perceived by people who did struggle with things very seriously. Although not necessarily on a personal level, right? Imran says we're supposed to think culture arrives out of nature, but the deployment of nature is already as the lesser or other term in the relation. Well, it goes both ways, actually. It's interesting. So nature simultaneously is both the inexorable and the all-determining, but at the same time, and this is something that Butler gets into a little bit, although not so explicitly, but at the same time, it is that which is dominated by society under a masculinist frame. It is that which is settled and in very disturbing language. If you ever read like histories of colonization, natural land is treated as if it is being ravaged, so to speak. It's very peculiar. It really does mirror the sort of absurdity of masculinity as that which depends upon female nature to complement and complete it, but also is supposed to be defined by its absolute independence from it. Like it is an absurdity, fundamentally. I feel like I would just soften this so much. I don't like the idea that all applications of the scientific method are contingent on existing societal ideas. I mean, the scientific method is a societal construct, right? It doesn't mean it doesn't work. This is what people need to understand. Social construct does not mean it doesn't work. Social constructs can be very powerful and very effective. The point, though, is that this is not God telling you what is so from an outside human perspective. This is the deployment of elaborate and finessed human tools to give us a far more detailed and diverse and wide-ranging understanding, ways of understanding the array of things that we encounter in the world. It's a way of elaborating the terms, right? And quite literally, like, technical terminology reflects this increased specificity of our engagement with things. It's not that science is merely social. It's just that science is social. That's not a downgrade. Everything that relies upon language, everything that relies upon naming, is fundamentally an application of social convention to things in more or less sophisticated and consistent ways. Right? And so the role of science is to supply us with more and more ways of understanding things. The point, though, is that these are still ways of understanding things that are human and that are socially determined to a certain extent. Why? Well, because we are naming things that are identifiable and legible to our tools, and our tools include language. Does that make sense? What's the book on the pulpit? Oh, that's a great segue, actually, because we'll move on from here, because I've been rambling for like a solid, close to an hour. Anyways, that's by way of my introduction to Bruno Latour's Politics of Nature. We're going to be going through it basically page by page over the next couple of weeks at the start of every stream. This has been the conclusion of this part of this stream. My copy of Iola Weisman's, Weisman? I don't know. Cool guy, though, with a great ASMR voice. My copy of Forensic Architecture just came in. And oh my god, is it big! I didn't expect it to be this big. It's wide, which I should have expected, because it's, it's on architectural theory. But, it's gorgeous. Like, it's got full color images. It's a sewn binding, guys. Look at this. Sewn. I was so worried for a second. Can we get a clear view? I can't. The signatures are too fine. Just trust me, though. It's a sewn binding. I was worried because the signatures are smaller, because it's a thicker book. This thing is like 400 pages, but they're thick pages. Zone books, their quality is phenomenal. If you ever can find an academic text in published by Zone Books, go for them. Over Verso any day of the week. But like, let's see if I can find a full-scale image here. Like, check this out. Just look at this stuff. Oh, I love this shit. Anyways, I'm excited to dig into that. What is to be done with political ecology? Nothing. What is to be done? Political ecology. All those who have hoped that the politics of nature would bring about a renewal of public life have asked the first question, while noting the stagnation of the so-called green movements. They would like very much to know why so promising an endeavor has so often come to naught. Appearances notwithstanding, everyone is bound to answer the second question the same way. We have no choice. Politics does not fall neatly on one side of a divide and nature on the other. From the time the term politics, quote-unquote, was invented, every type of politics has been defined by its relation to nature, whose every feature, property, and function depends on the polemical will to limit, reform, establish, short-circuit, or enlighten public life. Short-circuit's going to be a term that comes up a lot. As a result, we cannot choose whether to engage in political ecology or not, but we can choose whether to engage in it surreptitiously by distinguishing between questions of nature and questions of politics, or explicitly by treating those two sets of questions as a single issue that arises for all collectives. While the ecology movements tell us that nature is rapidly invading politics, we shall have to imagine, most often aligning ourselves with these movements but often against them, what a politics finally freed from the sword of Damocles we call nature might be like. So, make sense of that very quickly. When you distinguish between politics or society or culture or whatever, and Latour has different uses of these words, but in our parlance right now, what happens is nature becomes this fixed point, this fixed exterior, upon which society refers its reasons for existing. I guess to which it refers its reasons for existing. So the sword of Damocles, some of you will know, is a metaphor essentially for the constant danger and threat involved in rule, right? It's the idea that, you have absolute power, but you've got a sword hanging above your head, and it can drop at any given time. Nature functions essentially like that. When you look at Hobbes's social contract theory, essentially what that amounts to is we reverse engineer the sequences of willing, the sequences of decision-making and rationality that leads you from exiting a state of nature, a state of war of all against all, into politics, into, consenting to being ruled by some powerful organization or corporation. And then you hold that pre-political state, that nature, as a constant threat. Like if you rebel against the king, you risk going back to that thing that we already know because of the way you are. You will do anything to escape. Right? And so any political action that risks disturbing the collectivity or the institution essentially risks, severing the line holding up the sword of Damocles and chopping your head off and whatnot. Critics will argue that political ecology already exists. They will tell us that it has countless nuances, from the most profound to the most superficial, including all possible utopian, rational, or free market forms. Whatever reservations we may have about them, these movements, and it's green for some reason. Why is it green? Why did it turn green? Whatever. These movements have already woven innumerable bonds between nature and politics. Indeed, this is just what they all claim to be doing. Finally, undertaking a politics of nature, finally modifying public life so that it takes nature into account, finally adapting our system of production to nature's demands, finally preserving nature from human degradation through a sustainable politics. In short, in many often vague and sometimes contradictory guises, concern for nature has already been introduced into political life. How could I claim there is a new task here, one that has not yet been taken up? People may argue over its usefulness, they may quibble over its applications, but we cannot behave as if the task has not already been addressed, as if it had not already been to a considerable extent accomplished. If political ecology has turned out to be such a disappointment, it is not because no one has tried to make a place for nature within public life. If political ecology is losing its influence, according to some, this is simply because the interests lined up against it are too powerful. According to others, it is because political ecology has never had enough substance to compete with the age-old practice of politics as usual. In any event, it is too late to reopen the issue yet again. We need either to bury the movement in the already well-stocked cemetery of outdated ideologies, or else we need to fight still more courageously to ensure that the movement will triumph in its present form. In either case, the die is cast, the concepts are identified, the positions are known. You are showing up too late for a debate whose terms are already set in concrete. The time for reflection is past. You should have spoken up 10 years ago. In this book, Politics of Nature, right here, which has an amazing cover, in this book, I should like to propose a different hypothesis that may justify my ill-timed intervention. From a conceptual standpoint, political ecology has not yet begun to exist. The words ecology and politics have simply been juxtaposed, without a thoroughgoing rethinking of either term. As a result, we can draw no conclusions from the trials that the ecology movements have gone through up to now, either about their past failures or about their possible successes. The reason for the delay is very simple. People have been much too quick to believe that it sufficed to recycle the old concepts of nature and politics unchanged in order to establish the rights and manners of a political ecology. Yet, oikos, logos, phusis, and polis remain real enigmas so long as the four concepts are not put into play at the same time. Political ecologists have supposed that they could dispense with this conceptual work without noticing that the notions of nature and politics had been developed over centuries in such a way as to make any juxtaposition, any synthesis, any combination of the two terms impossible. And even more seriously, they have claimed, in the enthusiasm of an ecumenical vision, to have gotten beyond, quote-unquote, the old distinction between humans and things, subjects of law and objects of science, without observing that these entities had been shaped, profiled, and sculpted in such a way that they had gradually become incompatible. Far from getting beyond the dichotomies of man and nature, subject and object, modes of production, and the environment. In order to find remedies for the crisis as quickly as possible, what political ecologists should have done was slow down the movement, take their time, then burrow down beneath the dichotomies like the proverbial old mole. I'm actually not familiar with what the proverbial old mole is. Proverbial old mole. Help me out, AI. Proverbial old mole. Oh, Shakespeare. Oh, Hamlet's father. Okay, yeah, okay, got it. Oh my god, I actually cannot believe I didn't get that. I just read that recently. That's funny. Well said, old mole. Yeah, oh my god. I'm actually embarrassed that I didn't get that. That's crazy. So the return to innocence? No. No. Opposite. Such at least is my argument. Instead of cutting the Gordian knot, I am going to shake it around in a lot of different ways. I shall untie a few of its strands in order to knot them back together differently. Where the political philosophy of science is concerned, one must take one's time in order not to lose it. The ecologists were a little too quick to pat themselves on the back when they put forward their slogan, "Think globally, act locally." Where global thinking is concerned, they have come up with nothing better than a nature already composed, already totalized, already instituted to neutralize politics. To think in truly global fashion. They needed to begin by discovering the institutions thanks to which globalism is constructed one step at a time. And nature, as we shall see, could hardly lend itself any less effectively to the process. Yes, in this book we are going to advance like the tortoise in the fable, and like the tortoise, or at least so I hope, we shall end up passing the hare, which has decided, in its great wisdom, that political ecology is an outmoded question, dead and buried, incapable of producing thought, unable to provide a new foundation for morality, epistemology, and democracy, the same hare that is claimed to be reconciling man and nature. In a couple of great leaps. In order to force ourselves to slow down, we will have to deal simultaneously with the sciences, with natures, and with politics in the plural. I love his use of metaphors, because they always work. They're never forced. They are fantastic. Hey Brooks. Scientific production here is the first obstacle we shall encounter along our way. Because like towards the hare, because the hare rests, right? So you settle on fixed concepts, you stop moving, you rest, etc. It's perfect. It's actually amazing. Scientific production here is the first obstacle we shall encounter along our way. Political ecology is said to have to do with, quote, nature in its links with society. Well and good. But this nature becomes knowable through the intermediary of the sciences. It has been formed through networks of instruments. It is defined through the interventions of professions, disciplines, and protocols. It is distributed via databases. It is provided with arguments through the intermediary of learned societies. Ecology, as its name indicates, has no direct access to nature as such. It is a logi, like all the scientific disciplines. Under the heading of science, then, we already find a rather complex mix of proofs and proof workers, a learned community that acts as a third party in all relations with society. And yet, too often, the I can't remember, I don't know if he makes a reference to Timaeus, but I wouldn't be surprised if he does so elsewhere. Third party in all relations with society. And yet, too often, the ecological movements have sought to short-circuit this third party, precisely in order to accelerate their militant progress. For them, science remains a mirror of the world, to the extent that one can almost always, in their literature, take the terms nature and science to be synonyms. In fact, as some pedants like myself will point out, what we call scientists today used to be called natural philosophers. My hypothesis is, on the contrary, that the enigma of scientific production must be repositioned at the very core of political ecology. This may well slow down the acquisition of the certainties that were supposed to serve as leverage in the political struggle, but between nature and society, we shall include this third term, whose role will turn out to be crucial. Nature is the second speed bump that political ecology is going to encounter along its route. How, some will object, can nature inconvenience a set of militant and scientific disciplines that have to do with the way to protect nature, to defend it, to insert it into the play of politics, to make an aesthetic object of it, a subject of law, or in any case, a concern. And yet, this is where the difficulty arises. What is this called again? This is The Politics of Nature by Bruno Latour. We'll zoom it in there. It's a very glossy cover. It's a very mist-coated cover. If anyone plays Mist or Riven, like this looks like there's a puzzle here. Okay, you gotta change the environment of the tank for the what is that? An artichoke heart? It is an artichoke painting. A train engine and an artichoke painting. They were inspired. They made this cover the way I make my thumbnails. So this is where the difficulty arises. Every time we seek to mix scientific facts with aesthetic, political, economic, and moral values, we find ourselves in a quandary. If we concede too much to facts, the human element in its entirety tilts into objectivity, becomes a countable and calculable thing, a bottom line in terms of energy, one species among others. If we concede too much to values, all of nature tilts into the uncertainty of myth, into poetry or romanticism. Everything becomes soul or spirit. If we mix facts and values, we go from bad to worse, for we are depriving ourselves of both autonomous knowledge and independent morality. We shall never know, for example, whether the apocalyptic predictions with which the militant ecologists threaten us mask the power scientists hold over politicians, or the domination politicians exercise over poor scientists. Exactly, the science shows that X is what we must do, exactly. And so surreptitiously, normative factors are actually snuck in to what is supposed to be, what claims to be simply a objective, quote-unquote, presentation of the facts, right? This book sets forth the hypothesis that political ecology has nothing at all to do with nature. Those quotes are important, by the way. Political ecology has nothing to do with nature, the political ecology that Latour is going to propose. That blend of Greek politics, French Cartesianism, substance dualism, and American parks. Let me put it bluntly. Political ecology has nothing to do with nature. To put it even more strongly, at no time in its short history has political ecology ever had anything to do with nature, with its defense or protection. As I shall show in Chapter 1, the belief that political ecology is interested in nature is the childhood illness of the field, keeping it in a state of impotence by preventing it from ever understanding its own practice. My hope is that the weaning process, even if it appears somewhat harsh, will have more favorable effects than the forced maintenance of the notion of nature as the sole object of political ecology. A really crude but obvious way to understand this is when you see, for example, deep green ecologists make statements to the effect of like humankind is a kind of virus or illness that should be removed from the planet, leaving aside the fact that their entire valuation is being mediated through specifically human culture, right? The third most troubling, most controversial obstacle obviously comes from politics. We know the difference between scientific ecology and political ecology, between the student of ecology and the militant in the ecology movement. We also know how much difficulty ecology movements have always had finding a place on the political chessboard. Ooh, that's like triggering after last night. On the right, the left, the far right, the far left, neither right nor left, elsewhere in government, nowhere in utopia, above in technocracy, below in a return to the sources of wisdom, beyond in full self-realization, everywhere, as the lovely Gaia hypothesis suggests, positing an Earth that would bring all ecosystems together in a single integrated organism. There can be a Gaia science, a Gaia cult, but can there be a Gaia politics? If we reach the point of defending Mother Earth, is that a politics? And if our goal is to put a stop to noise pollution, to shut down city dumps, to reduce the fumes of exhaust pipes, it really isn't worth making the effort to move heaven and earth. A cabinet ministry will do. My hypothesis is that the ecology movements have sought to position themselves on the political chessboard without redrawing its squares, without redefining the rules of the game, without redesigning the pawns. This, by the way, is why that video we watched last night, I'm probably going to watch it again tonight. Actually, I might do that next after this. It's a good dovetailing there. When people consider politics to be a chessboard, they're putting their finger on something, but they're getting something really, really wrong. Because the point is not that the game of politics is a chessboard. The point is that, like a board game, the elements at play, the things that are sort of, in Latour's language, like persons to the assembly that makes up the world in which politics takes place, all the different things that are taken into account, or that challenge you, or whatever, those are decided upon and set. And then there is there's politics then, which is the playing out of these things together according to the game that we're supposed to be playing. And then there is something that Carl Schmitt is going to be dealing with, for example, which is like, hey, so let's talk about let's talk about the arrangement of these squares and the identity of these particular like zones of movement, and what kinds of things count as pieces, and so on and so forth. Let's talk about how that's established, how that's contingent, and so on and so forth, right? And this is sort of what Latour is actually taking up. This is actually the angle he's approaching. In a certain sense, he's actually taking what Carl Schmitt did and he's applying it to everything. And he's taking a radically skeptical position. Skeptical is the wrong word. A radically ambiguous position vis-a-vis the identity of things. And what he's essentially going to argue is that an ecological politics is one. Political ecology is not an attempt to make a society formally concerned with preserving this thing called nature or interacting responsibly with this thing called nature. Rather specifically, it is removing the concept of nature as that which either separates the human world from that which is outside permanently, so that that becomes like a thing you can scaffold rules upon. And also removing it from sort of like, and also like removing it as this thing that can sort of like surreptitiously infect our behavior, right? So arguments to the effect that like we need government to, you know, keep down, we need harsh rules and police to contend with and contain our violent natures, right? It sort of infects us that way. This happens with Hobbes and so on and so forth. Pardon me. What Latour is going to propose, rather, is that rather than there being a thing outside called nature, there is an exterior. There is a community that recognizes and canonizes, he's going to use different language, that recognizes and canonizes different elements in the world, and then which is challenged by other elements of the world that it has not up to this point paid attention to. It's going to use scientific methods in order to find new ways to understand that, and then to bring them into legibility to the community and make those parts of a collective. And he's going to understand the collective of, well, he's going to call it the collective, but he's going to understand, for lack of a better word right now, like human society, or human societies, or just our place in the world as being, we are essentially an interpreting and relating thing. We encounter things, we find ways to understand them, and we bring them before us as things to which we can direct our attention or disregard, right? I guess in a certain sense we're kind of like a Chinese room, right? Just a big Chinese room. Not exactly, the metaphor breaks down. But that's kind of what we do, is we use the sciences to find ways to engage with things, and then by dint of engaging with those things, we relate them to the other things we've already done that with, and then we essentially create an assembly of not just human voices, but also all of the things that should concern us in our deliberations, right? The environment would be one. Like global temperature would be one. Global temperature is now a thing that yells in the assembly, hey, like alarm bells. Neglected populations that end up causing trouble, end up challenging that collectivity, right? I didn't know I was Chinese. Well, the person who wrote the Chinese room wasn't Chinese either, so you're okay. Sorry, the person in the Chinese room isn't Chinese either. So the Chinese room basically is, it's a challenge by John Searle, who's dead, and that's not a bad thing because he was a horrible human being, by John Searle, who was challenging the idea of, something being able to engage linguistically, like with language, as being a sign of intelligence, right? So he's talking about specifically in the context of philosophy of mind, AI, etc. And the idea is you have a guy who doesn't, it's a thought experiment, yeah. You have a guy who's inside a room, and he's fed instructions in Chinese through a slot in the wall, and he has to feed the correct answers out of another slot. But he doesn't speak Chinese. But he has instructions on the inside of the room that tell him logically the correct way to line up the symbols to respond accurately to the commands, to respond correctly to the commands. And so from the outside, it looks like you feed in a question in Chinese and you get an answer, and it's correct. The machine, the room understands, but it doesn't, right? At no point does understanding take place in terms of the experiment. It's weird given Searle's hostility to dualism, to certain kinds of dualism, that he actually ends up falling back into a kind of dualism himself. And he recognizes this, but anyways. So my hypothesis, just to recapitulate, is that the ecology movements have sought to position themselves on the political chessboard without redrawing its squares. Basically, they've taken on old concepts separating nature from society, and have played a game essentially as if they were equivalent to Democrats, Republicans, objectivists, conservatives, whatever, that kind of thing. But they've been essentially just taking a different stance in the same game, rather than, for example, challenging like, hey, maybe the way we divide up the world, or maybe the fact of dividing up the world at all, maybe the way we divide up the world tends to lead us inevitably to certain kinds of interpretations that presume that division, that lean upon that division. Because no matter what you load onto nature, the fact that nature is separate from humanity means that nature can be used as a reference point for humanity, right? Nature can be related to humanity as that which is separate from it. It becomes a separate person in an assembly. Nature as a part of the assembly, then. As in a certain sense, if you consider like every single thing that comes into our awareness and, imposes itself, insists upon itself as a member of a discussion. Sort of like in the same way that when you are existing in your day-to-day, you will have things you want to do, but you will also have different drives that fight inside of you for attention. You're hungry. You're tired. You want to go play with this video game. You want to go see your friend. Da-da-da-da-da. And there's, in a certain sense, like a constant debate going on within you. All these different things are persons. Demands of, hey GSL, demands of society are an example of this. Demands of nature are an example of this. And in a certain sense, what Bruno is going to be arguing here is that nature, quote unquote, capital N nature, as well as capital S science and other things, these are not legitimate members of that assembly. They should be cast out, right? He's going to rehabilitate the notion of nature, but yeah. All right. Nothing, in fact, proves that the division of labor between human politics and the science of things, between the requirements of freedom and the powers of necessity, which are also often identified with nature. Hence, science short-circuits nature. This is a term he's going to bring up a lot. Scientists come back with readings of nature that tell us this is how things be, and therefore this is what you have to do. So the whole notion of democracy is short-circuited. There's no longer a consultation and a convocation taking place. There's no longer like a bunch of people coming together and deciding mutually about what we want to do with ourselves. Now it's, a priestly class has brought the word of God, okay? Many, many Tickle Parsons on the wall. That's not an invitation to debate, right? Nothing, in fact, proves that the division of labor between human politics and the science of things, between the requirements of freedom and the powers of necessity, can be used as such in order to harbor political ecology. It may even be necessary to hypothesize that the political freedom of humans has never been defined except in order to constrain it by applying the laws of natural necessity. If this proved to be the case, democracy would have been made impotent by design. Human beings are born free. Everywhere they are in chains. Where's that from? Pop quiz. Where's that from? Human beings are born free. Everywhere they are in chains. Where is that? Who is he taking shots at right now? Whoever gets it right first wins. No, not this book. Who is Latour taking shots at right now? Rousseau. There you go. GSL wins. Nerds. Unbelievable. Not Hobbes. Gangaros. Hobbes, really? This is who Rousseau's taking aim at Hobbes. Unbelievable. Genuinely unbelievable. All right. Yes, he's taking shots at Rousseau. It may even be necessary to hypothesize that the political freedom of humans has never been defined except in order to constrain it by applying the laws of natural necessity. If this proved to be the case, democracy would have been made impotent by design. Human beings are born free. Everywhere they are in chains. Think about that. Democracy is incapable of actually doing what it's purportedly supposed to do, making you collectively able to be free. And indeed, Rousseau actually has to identify between two types of freedom: freedom in nature and freedom in society, right? You lose freedom in nature. Human beings are born free. Everywhere they are in chains. The social contract claims to emancipate them. Political ecology alone can do this, but political ecology itself cannot expect to be saved by free men and women. Obliged to redefine politics and science, freedom and necessity, the human and the inhuman, in order to find a niche for itself, political ecology has lost heart along the way. It thought it could rely on nature to hasten the advent of democracy. Today, it lacks both. The task must be taken up again from a different angle, by a longer and more perilous detour. A Latour, if you will. By what authority can I... Don't acknowledge that. By what authority can I subject political ecology to the three tests of scientific production, the abandonment of nature, and the redefinition of the political? Are the author and those who have inspired him militant ecologists? No. Recognized ecologists? Not that either. Influential politicians, then? Certainly not. If I could plead any authority at all, I am well aware that I would save my readers time. They could trust me, but the point is not to save time, to speed up, to synthesize masses of data, to solve urgent problems in a hurry, to ward off dramatic cataclysms by equally dramatic actions. The point is not even to draw upon meticulous erudition in order to do justice to those who think seriously about ecology. In this book, the point is simply to raise a familiar question once again for myself, and perhaps for myself alone. What do nature, science, and politics have to do with one another? Weakness, it seems to me, may lead further than strength. I actually want to dwell on this for a couple seconds before we move on. This is the last paragraph of the introduction. Is it? No, there's a couple more pages. But we're going to finish the introduction tomorrow and then go into chapter 2. I want to dwell on this then before we press on. There's an additional angle to this. It's been sort of mentioned a little bit throughout what we've read so far. But this has to do with the politics of speed. And he's talked about necessity, and I mentioned briefly like the way in which nature becomes identifiable with necessity. Nature becomes necessity outside of us, a sort of Damocles, or nature within us, a sort of Damocles within, where if we don't have a particular response to nature, either outside or inside, then we risk immediate destruction, and therefore answers to nature being an answer to nature justifies a whole host of things that, in Latour's words, short-circuit democracy, that counteract, that cancel out our freedom. We need to do this. It's a ticking time bomb, right? Speed is another one like this. Actually, ticking time bomb is an example that's frequently used. It's a justification, for example, for torture, as a hypothetical example. It doesn't actually justify it, but the increasing speed with which actions are taken, actions are reported upon, the news cycle like rapidly accelerates and so on. Even if things aren't necessarily changing any faster in real life, they appear to be changing faster, and we have more information, and so therefore there is a needfulness to constantly respond to things and to respond to things fast. This often requires, for example, that you have experts who are making decisions for you. Why? Because human beings deliberating about things are slow. So I'm going to relate this a little bit to actually Bergson a little bit. So for Bergson, for whom free will is a nonsense concept, right? The question is more about the authorship of actions, not so much about the immunity of decision-making to the past. Because, of course, spirit for Bergson, mind, is identifiable with duration. It is always active and always carries with it the folded up past, right? So freedom for Bergson actually has to do with the authorship of action. And specifically, the way in which you, in your relative complexity, is either a more or less sophisticated thing, are able to take in information and hold it within you, and therefore have the output be more characteristic of what you are. So you are more or less free to the extent that you can actually delay response to an input. I'm putting that rather badly, but you get the general idea. One of the things that happens when you speed everything up for the sake of efficiency, for the sake of urgency, is you end up stopping, freezing your conceptions of things because you need to make a decision. And so the act of critically thinking about and analyzing what has happened up till this point, whether or not our concepts or our ways of viewing the world are justified, that gets arrested because we don't have time. We got to do stuff. And so, like the tortoise and the hare, I love that analogy that he used here. The hare runs ahead really fast, and then, thinking that it has the advantage, stops and rests. And the tortoise keeps moving, keeps changing. Okay, the turtle moves, as they say in Discworld. And as a result, the tortoise overtakes the hare, which is now left behind. It wasn't actually faster, ultimately. It didn't actually get further more accurately. It was faster in its time, but as a consequence of that, it had contempt for the drive to move, the drive to change. Not to get all Jordan Peterson on this. And so we'll wrap up with this last paragraph. If I have no authority of my own, I nevertheless benefit from a particular advantage. By the way, Bruno Latour actually has a lot of credentials. But I nevertheless benefit from a particular advantage, and this alone is what authorizes me to address my readers. I am interested in political production no more and no less than I am interested in scientific production. Or rather, I admire politicians as much as I admire scientists. Think about this. Think about it. This twofold respect is not so common. My absence of authority offers precisely the guarantee that I will not use science to subjugate politics, or politics to subjugate science. My claim is that I can turn this minuscule advantage into a major asset. To the question with which I began, what is to be done with political ecology? I do not yet have a definitive answer. I only know that if I did not try to modify the terms of the debate by finding a new way to tie the Gordian knot of science and politics, the full-scale experiment in which we are all engaged would prove nothing, one way or the other. It would always lack an adapted protocol. I would always reproach myself for missing the opportunity to redefine politics that ecology might have offered. You know, we have 2 pages left. We can just finish this here, okay? we can do this. Today will be a theory day, and then tonight we'll do the other stuff, because we got to raid into the GSL in about an hour or so. There is one more constraint to which I have sought to subject myself, although I have to refashion the 3 conjoined notions of nature, politics, and science. I have chosen to use neither the denunciatory nor the prophetic tone that often accompanies the works of political ecology. Although I am preparing to work through a series of hypotheses in which each one will be stranger than the one before, it is nevertheless common sense that I seek to reflect above all. You're going to see a lot of these asterisks here. He has a glossary of terms that we're going to be referring to pretty frequently. You are going, as we go through this, you are going to want to adopt these terms, because this is actually he has a really elegant way of talking about these things. It's really good. It is nevertheless common sense that I seek to reflect above all. As it happens, common sense is opposed for the time being to good sense. To proceed quickly, I shall have to go slowly. And to be simple, I shall have to present a provisional appearance of radicality. My goal is thus not to overturn the established order of concepts, but to describe the actual state of affairs. Political ecology is already doing in practice everything that I assert it has to do. I am simply betting that the urgencies of action have prevented it from pinpointing the originality of what it was accomplishing in a groping fashion, because it did not understand the reversal in the position of the sciences that these innovations implied. The only service I can render political ecology is to offer it an alternative interpretation of itself, a different common sense, so that it can try to determine whether it finds itself in a more comfortable position or not. Up to now, as I see it, philosophers have offered to clothe political ecology only in ready-to-wear garments. I believe it deserves made-to-order garb. Perhaps it will find itself less constricted, and the fit a little more comfortable. To keep this book to a reasonable length, I have said little about the field studies on which it is based. Because I could not make the basic argument more accessible by shoring it up with solid empirical proof, I have organized it meticulously in such a way that readers always know what difficulties await them. In addition to the glossary, I have also drawn up a summary at the end that can serve as a crib sheet, all of which is very, very good. By the way, Bruno Latour wrote voluminously. He has many books. He has many articles, and he was deep in, he's dead now, unfortunately, he was deep in conversation and collaboration with a whole host of really eminent theorists and anthropologists. We talked a little bit a while ago about Philippe de Scola. He read over de Scola's book before it was published, Beyond Nature and Culture. He appeared many times with Donna Haraway on panels and in like conferences and whatnot. I think they were buddies IRL because he mentions her constantly. She mentions him constantly too. He's very good. He was a very pleasant person. As a lot of these like really good philosophers are, not all the time. Some like assholes can be really good philosophers too, unfortunately. But he was no Zizek, and that's a compliment. In Chapter 1, we shall rid ourselves of the notion of nature by turning first to the contributions of the sociology of the sciences, and then to those of the ecology movements, their practice as distinct from their philosophy, and finally to those of comparative anthropology. Political ecology, as we shall see, cannot hold on to nature. In Chapter 2, I shall proceed to an exchange of properties between humans and non-humans. This will allow us to imagine under the name of collective, a successor to the political institutions that have been awkwardly brought together up till now under the aegis of nature and society. This new collective will allow us to proceed in Chapter 3 to the transformation of the venerable distinction between facts and values. We shall replace it with a new separation of powers that will offer us more satisfactory moral guarantees. This distinction, the distinction between two new assemblies, the first of which will ask, how many are we? And the second, can we live together? Will serve political ecology as its constitution. Just to preview that a little bit, if we consider all of the terms that we take into account in our deliberations with each other, it now becomes a question of, okay, how many of these different issues are actually present? Do we, for example, acknowledge, let's say in the case of Israel's a great example, actually. We'll use that one. Do we consider the voice of Israel to be something that can be broken down into many different voices? For example, the Arab population of Israeli citizens, among Israeli citizens. Arab as opposed to Jewish, as opposed to Christian, as opposed to secular, and so on. Do we count the Palestinians, etc., etc.? And whether or not you consider them to be more or fewer will actually determine whether or not the rights of more or fewer of these persons are recognized, and whether or not their voices actually are allowed to contribute positively to our collective deliberations. When you disregard them, when you render fewer the number of concepts, the number of terms, the number of persons that are admitted to the assembly, that are given a voice, sometimes they come back to bite you in the ass afterwards, because they still work surreptitiously in the background, and they come back to challenge you later. They create problems, right? This is sort of what the problem of climate change has been in many respects. As conservatives have, buried and defunded and in some cases dismantled attempts to track climate change and respond to it. it has now reared its ugly head nonetheless, and now, for example, entire regions are slowly becoming unlivable, right? And weather is becoming crazy, and once very valuable properties, for instance, are going to eventually completely lose not even their value, but their ability to be property. They'll be underwater. So how many are we, and can we live together? How many are we is a very important question. Can we live together? How do we integrate currently canonized persons to these deliberations with the new ones that are allowed to come in, right? And sometimes you can't, or sometimes it's very difficult to, which is one of the reasons why, for example, there is a lot of support for simply ignoring climate issues. So how many are we? Can we live together? These will serve political ecology as its constitution. These two assemblies. In Chapter 4, readers will be rewarded for their efforts by a guided tour of the new institutions and by a presentation of the new professions, contributing to the animation of a political body that has at last become viable. The difficulties will begin again in Chapter 5, where we shall be obliged to find a successor to the ancient split that separated nature in the singular from cultures in the plural, in order to raise once again the question of the number of collectives and the progressive composition of the common world, that the notion of nature, like that of society, had prematurely simplified. Finally, in the conclusion, I shall address questions about the type of Leviathan that allows political ecology to leave the state of nature. In view of the spectacle that has been embraced throughout, readers will perhaps forgive me the aridity of the route. Before ending this introduction, I need to define the particular use that I am going to make of the key term, political ecology. I am well aware that it is customary to distinguish scientific ecology from political ecology, the former being practiced in laboratories and field expeditions, the latter in militant movements and in parliament. But as I propose to reshape the very distinction between the two terms, science and politics in every particular, it will be clear that we cannot take that distinction at face value, for it is going to become untenable as we progress. After a few pages, at all events, there will be little point in differentiating between those groups of people who want to understand ecosystems, defend the environment, or protect nature, and those who want to revive public life, since we are going to learn instead to distinguish the composition of the common world that is built according to due process from that of a world elaborated without rules. For the time being, I shall retain the term political ecology, which remains an enigmatic emblem allowing me to designate, without defining it too quickly, the right way to compose a common world, the kind of world the Greeks called a cosmos. There we go. It's the introduction. We did it. Huzzah. Next stream, we're going to be going over Chapter 1. Probably not the whole thing, because it's long. It's a long chapter. It's like 30 pages. But we'll go over it. We're continuing with Politics of Nature. We are on Chapter 1, Why Political Ecology Has to Let Go of Nature. We're going to go for probably around 30 minutes to an hour, depending on when energy saps, and then we're going to move on. Why political ecology has to let go of nature. An interest in nature, we are told, is precisely what is novel about political ecology. In this view, political ecology extends the narrow field of the classic preoccupations of politics to new beings that have previously found themselves underrepresented or badly represented. In this first chapter, I want to challenge the solidity of the link between political ecology and nature. Despite what it often asserts, I am going to show that political ecology, at least in its theories, has to let go of nature. Indeed, nature is the chief obstacle that has always hampered the development of public discourse. This argument, which is only paradoxical in appearance, as we shall see, requires us to bring together three distinct findings, one from the sociology of the sciences, another from the practice of the ecology movements, and the third from comparative anthropology. But this necessity is what makes our present task so difficult. In order to approach the true subject of our work, we need to take for granted demonstrations that would call for several volumes each. I can either waste precious time convincing my readers of this, or else I can move ahead as quickly as possible, while asking readers to judge the tree only by its fruits, that is, to wait until the following chapters to see how the postulates presented here make it possible to renew the exercise of public life. Let me begin with one small contribution of science studies, without which it would be impossible to cover the necessary ground. In all that follows, I shall ask my readers to agree to dissociate the sciences, in the plural and in small letters, from science, capital S science, in the singular and capitalized. Think I fucking love science, right? I ask readers to acknowledge that discourse on science has no direct relation, we're green now, has no direct relation to the life of the sciences, and that the problem of knowledge is posed quite differently depending on whether one is brandishing science or clinging to the twists and turns of the sciences as they are developed. I ask readers finally to grant that if nature, in the singular, is closely linked with science, the sciences, for their part, in no way require such unification. If we were trying to approach the question of political ecology as if science and the sciences were one and the same enterprise, we would end up in radically different positions. In the first section, in fact, I'm going to define science as the politicization of the sciences through epistemology in order to render ordinary political life impotent through the threat of an incontestable nature. I shall, of course, have to justify this definition, which seems so contrary to good sense, but if the single word science already combines the imbroglio of politics, nature, and knowledge that we must learn to disentangle, it is clear that we cannot set out on our journey without removing the threat that science has always brought to bear as much on the exercise of politics as on the practices of scientific researchers. Before we get into his justification for this, I'm going to preempt it a little bit by talking a little bit about the kind of thing that he's going to be combating here. So when you talk about capital S science as opposed to the sciences, you are taking many different enterprises of inquiry, many different sciences, ways of knowing is a better way to talk about them, many different ways of knowing things, of gaining ideas and concepts about things, perceptions of things, and so on. Many different methodologies and whatnot, under a single term that sort of universally signifies this. This breaches the veil to what is beyond, normal human understanding, and this brings back truth from that beyond realm to dictate to us what we ought to do and how we ought to think down here. And when you think science in the capital S, you tend to think physics, biology, chemistry, but you can expand it much more than that, right? Psychology. There's one. There are people who talk about, they will use their position as someone in the mind sciences in order to make seemingly incontestable dictates about how thought works, how memory works, how trauma works, how emotions work, and so on. You can talk about economics. There are people who will talk about the economy in the exact same way as a physicist may refer to laws of nature. The common thread between them in terms of their use as quote-unquote science, not as science is, but as science. You'll hear people debate whether economics is a science, and what they mean is not, is it a small s science? Is it a way of knowing things? Because of course it is. What they mean is it an anointed way of getting at absolute truth about a thing? And they'll refer to the economy. They'll talk about the economy. I understand the economy. I'm an economist, right? I study finance. I understand the economy. This weird otherworldly zone that doesn't abide by normal laws that you can then go out there as an expert, grab facts from, come back to Earth, and then tell human beings what they have to do. And because you're an expert, because you're an economist, and because you have the privilege of going to that other world and being enlightened, they can't argue with you. They're stupid if they argue with you. You're an expert, right? What Latour is primarily going to be taking aim at is a false externality to politics. Any false externality to politics that becomes used as a way, in his words, to short-circuit discussion, right? To short-circuit the deliberation about and with things in humanity, within human society. Science is not the only example where people have made these false externalities, right? Plato talks about the form of the good, and how the philosopher is that which is able to approach closest constantly, towards the form of the good. Philosophy as a term, a sort of a loving attitude towards wisdom or truth or knowledge, and you really should remove truth from there. And it's very interesting as well that we've appended truth to that. That very notion, that idea of elevating a certain style of thought by dint of its reference to this beyond that you apparently are approaching from a place of innocent, an innocent desire to learn, but you already know it's there. You already know there's a form of the good to love in the first place. Isn't that interesting? This is actually Latour's first port of call. He's going to use the example that Plato uses to describe the relationship of the philosopher to society, to regulars, to normal people, basically, in order to paint this dynamic. And he's going to take it seriously, and it's one of the reasons why I really appreciate Latour, because he brings political philosophy back into the discussion in critical theory. Specifically, in the relationship between expertise and politics and so on and so forth. And he rehabilitates political philosophy in a lot of ways, pardon me. Pollen's really bad. And he rehabilitates political philosophy to a lot of discussions where it was largely ignored. And largely ignored, I will say, due to a lot of the things that he's going to be spending time critiquing here. Namely, for example, political philosophy's general lack of a single coherent method, because it doesn't have a coherent method. It's a topic. How does standpoint epistemology relate to these false externalities? I mean, it is a small type of it in and of itself, right? It actually is. The idea of one of the things that standpoint epistemology does is it short circuits discussion by making it so that your identity, you're being part of a particular kind of racial topography, say, or gender topography, because you think of it as like you have a right to be in this territory and to speak as if you have access to what happens in this territory, and you don't get to go, you're still in the cave over here, right? Standpoint epistemology is fundamentally a way of short circuiting discussion. It's a way of saying, oh, by dint of what you are able or not able to discuss this thing. It essentially refers expertise to a politicized identity. And the problem that Latour is going to really fix on here is that these externalities that we propose, or that we assume, they inframe the limits of political discussion, while themselves being politically produced. And so they obscure actual political processes, actual like value-laden activities, as if they were external to values, as if they were above values and above opinions and above feelings and above goals and attachments and so on. So that's what we're taking aim at here. So first, get out of the cave. If we want to move ahead quickly while remaining precise, nothing is as concise as a myth. As it happens in the West, through the ages, we have become heirs to an allegory that defines the relations between science and society, the allegory of the cave recounted by Plato in The Republic. Which, by the way, if you haven't read, you should read. It's actually very good. Plato is an enemy, philosophically, that you should respect and that you should become acquainted with. I have no intention of getting lost in the twists and turns of Greek philosophy. I shall simply focus on 2 points of rupture, 2 radical shifts that will help us dramatize all the virtues that might be expected of science. The philosopher, and later the scientist, have to free themselves of the tyranny of the social dimension, public life, politics, subjective feelings, popular agitation, in short, from the dark cave, if they want to accede to truth. Such is the first shift according to the allegory. By the way, we've talked about a really good essay by Elizabeth Spellman in the past, called Woman as Body, and specifically what it is looking at is why are women why is Plato, who is someone who attempts to transcend, to like go beyond, mere social convention into the realm of truth, why does he still, despite recognizing that women are perfectly capable as men intellectually, as well as sometimes physically, even in his time, why is it that he still uses woman and womanly as an insult? And the reason why is because as a result of the subjugation of women in ancient Athens, this is Spellman's argument, women became associated with the life of the household. They were turned into essentially domestic slaves, and so they took care of all the inconveniences that would prevent men from going out and doing the cool stuff, talking, writing, arguing, fighting, and so on and so forth. And so insofar as politics ended up being the separate domain that was sort of immune to like the boredom and the tedium and the struggle of normal biological life, you had this original distance between the non-human world, the non-settled, non-civilized world, and the civilized world inside of a city. You had that world extend itself conceptually into the city as being simply that domain of life struggle, that the things that are associated with excellence, the things that are fun and cool to do, try to extricate themselves. So women became associated with nature because nature is the world in which the body predominates, in which there's like you have to toil in order to survive, as opposed to being able to do things that are of interest that don't actually bear on survival. So sort of like how like Aristotle will see something like this, where it's like the household and the village formed for the purpose of living, the city formed for the purpose of living well, and that living well becomes a separate sphere within the still natural domain of politics under this view. And so there's actually weirdly a way in which this distinction between the cave and the light outside, the philosopher and the tyranny of the social dimension and so on, it's just an elaboration of essentially a sexist subjugation of women that and that returned essentially half of humanity to nature in order to free the other half from, you know, anything having to do with maintaining the body, which makes dualism fundamentally a slave philosophy. But I digress. Such is the first shift, according to the allegory of the cave. There exists no possible continuity between the world of human beings and access to truths not made by human hands. The allegory of the cave makes it possible to create in one fell swoop a certain idea of science and a certain idea of the social world that will serve as a foil for science. But the myth also proposes a second shift. The scientist, once equipped with laws not made by human hands that he has just contemplated because he has succeeded in freeing himself from the prison of the social world, can go back into the cave so as to bring order to it with incontestable findings that will silence the endless chatter of the ignorant mob. Once again, there is no continuity between the henceforth irrefutable, objective law and the human, all too human logorrhea. Once again, there is no continuity between the henceforth irrefutable, objective law and the human, all too human logorrhea of the prisoners shackled in the shadows who never know how to bring their interminable disputes to an end. By the way, heavily Nietzschean guy. He just doesn't mention him explicitly. I don't think he mentions him explicitly in this book once, does he? I'm gonna check. I'm gonna check the index. I'm actually curious. I don't think he does. Not even once. At least according to the index, which may be incomplete. Sometimes they are. I don't think he mentions him even once. The illuminating power of this allegory, the source of its inexhaustible effectiveness, stems from the following peculiarity. Neither of these two radical shifts prevents the emergence of its exact contrary, and the contraries turn out to be combined in one and the same heroic figure, that of the philosopher-scientist, at once lawgiver and savior. Although the world of truth differs absolutely, not relatively, from the social world, the scientist can go back and forth from one world to the other, no matter what. The passageway closed to all others is open to him alone. In him and through him, the tyranny of the social world is miraculously interrupted when he leaves, so that he will be able to contemplate the objective world at last. And it is likewise interrupted when he returns, so that, like a latter-day Moses, he will be able to substitute the legislation of scientific laws which are not open to question for the tyranny of ignorance. Without this double interruption, there can be no science, no epistemology, no paralyzed politics, no Western conception of public life. In the original myth, as we know, the philosopher managed only with the greatest difficulty to break the chains that attached him to the shadowy world, and when he returned to the cave after exhausting trials, his former fellow prisoners put the bearer of good news to death. Over the centuries, thank God, the fate of the philosopher-turned-scientist has greatly improved. Today, sizable budgets, vast laboratories, huge businesses, and powerful equipment allow researchers to come and go in complete safety between the social world and the world of ideas, and from ideas to the dark cave where they go to bring light. The narrow door has become a broad boulevard. In 25 centuries, however, one thing has not changed in the slightest. The double rupture, which the form of the allegory endlessly repeated, manages to maintain as radically as ever. Such is the obstacle that we shall have to remove if we want to change the very terms by which public life is defined. However vast the laboratories may be, however, attached researchers may be to industrialists, however attached researchers may be to industrialists, however many technicians they may have to employ, however active the instruments for transforming data, however constructive the theory is, none of this matters. You will be told straight out that science can survive only as long as it distinguishes absolutely and not relatively between things as they are and the representation that human beings make of them. Without this division between ontological questions and epistemological questions, all moral and social life would be threatened. Why? Because without it, there would be no more reservoir of incontrovertible certainties that could be brought in to put an end to the incessant chatter of obscurantism and ignorance. There would no longer be a sure way to distinguish what is true from what is false. One could no longer break free of social determiners to understand what things themselves are, and for want of that essential comprehension, One could no longer cherish the hope of pacifying public life, which is always threatened by civil war. Nature and human beliefs about nature would be mixed up in frightful chaos. Public life, having imploded, would lack the transcendence, without which no interminable dispute could end. And this is where we get into political philosophy proper, actually. I don't think it's going to bring up Hobbes for a little bit, but this is essentially the move of Thomas Hobbes. You fundamentally need an authority that is outside of public life, especially one that is not subject to democratic whim, precisely because there is an externality called nature, that it exists fundamentally as a maintainer of the barrier against. So in Thomas Hobbes, we talked about this before ad nauseum. I apologize for the redundancy. He is writing during the English Civil War, and he is writing against the revolutionaries. And his argument essentially runs like this. You, human beings, my fellow Englishmen, you are jealous, you are greedy, you want glory, and so on and so forth. And all of these things, all these properties that you have as human beings, they lead you, absent some external authority to hold you in place, they lead you to endlessly fight against the people around you, meaning that you can have no common society with each other unless there is a higher authority to make sure that you are all playing by the rules, so to speak, the rules which keep you and your natural arrangements from destroying each other. And so how did we get here? Well, at some point in time, we must have lacked that rule and found that it was miserable because, you know, we want glory, but we can't achieve anything. We want to gain stuff, but we can't carry out industry for any long period of time because we're all at each other's throats and stealing from each other and shanking each other in the middle of the night. So we all agreed, we made a social contract with each other to make a collective body that would make sure that we don't do that. In Hobbes's language specifically, we gave up our natural right to everything, including each other's bodies, and we referred that to a third party that would then hold us to that contract and come down on us hard if we break it. And that is the basis of society. And so when you rebel against a tyrant, what you are actually risking is going against your own will. You are risking going against your own decision, your own very wise decision to subject yourself to someone else's rule to avoid the state of nature, because that is so much worse than anything the tyrant can do. Right? This is the trick of any sort of false externality, like nature. It allows you to treat the utterly alien and non-human as thoroughly known. So thoroughly known, in fact, that it impedes further discussion about X, Y, and Z. If only Hobbes lived to see the French Revolution, I wonder how he would react to that. I don't think there's a mystery. You can just read Edmund Burke. He's got a similar attitude as Hobbes does. It's less sophisticated and less interesting, but it's similar. If you point out politely that the very ease with which scientists pass from the social world to the world of external realities, the facility they demonstrate through this business of importing and exporting scientific laws, the fluency of the discourse in which they convert human... Oh, have you read recent NYT and New Platinum Revelation? We did that just a minute ago. No, I haven't read the New York Times yet. So if you point out politely the very ease with which scientists pass from the social world to the world of external realities, the facility they demonstrate through this business of importing and exporting scientific laws, the fluency of the discourse in which they convert human and objective elements, prove clearly enough that there is no rupture between the two worlds and that they are dealing rather with a seamless cloth, you will be accused of relativism. You will be told that you are trying to give science a social explanation. Your unfortunate tendencies toward immoralism will be denounced. You may be asked publicly if you believe in the reality of the external world, or not, or whether you are ready to jump out a 15-story window because you think that the laws of gravity, too, are socially constructed. We have to be able to deflect such sophistry on the part of philosophers of the sciences. It has been used for 25 centuries to silence politics as soon as the question of nature comes up. Let us face the facts at the outset. There is no way out of this trap. And yet, at first glance, nothing ought to be more innocent than epistemology. Knowledge about knowledge, meticulous descriptions of scientific practices in all their complexity. Let us not confuse this highly respectable form of epistemology with an entirely different activity that I shall call political epistemology, using parentheses because this discipline claims to be limited to science, whereas its aim is really just to humiliate politics. The goal of this form of epistemology is by no means to describe the sciences, contrary to what its etymology might suggest, but to short-circuit any and all questioning as to the nature of the complex bonds between the sciences and societies, through the invocation of science as the only salvation from the prison of the social world. I fucking love science. The double rupture of the cave is not based on any empirical investigation or observed phenomena. It is even contrary to common sense, to the daily practice of all scientists, and if it ever did exist, 25 centuries of sciences, laboratories, and scholarly institutions have long since done away with it. But it cannot be helped. The epistemology police will always cancel out that ordinary knowledge by creating the double rupture between elements that everything connects, and by depicting those who cast doubt on the double rupture as relativists, sophists, and immoralists who want to ruin any chance we may have to accede to external reality, and thus to reform society on the rebound. For the idea of a double rupture to have resisted all contradictory evidence over the centuries, there must be a powerful reason buttressing its necessity. The reason can only be political or religious, and I've pointed out in my own way and with my own references problems with the religion as a category. I haven't read Latour's book Facing Gaia, but I have a suspicion I'm probably going to find it amenable, because he rehabilitates certain religious terms in that book, but that's one I haven't read yet. We have to suppose that political epistemology depends on something else that holds it in place and lends it its formidable efficacy. How could we explain otherwise the vindictive passion with which science studies are still being greeted? If it were only a matter of describing the practices of laboratories, we would not hear such loud protests, and the epistemologists would be able to mingle unproblematically with their colleagues in anthropology. By becoming so violently indignant, the political epistemologists have tipped their hand. Their trap is sprung, it no longer catches any flies. What is the use of the allegory of the cave today? It allows a constitution that organizes public life into two houses. The first is the obscure room depicted by Plato, in which ignorant people find themselves in chains, unable to look directly at one another, communicating only via fictions projected on a sort of movie screen. So there are some people here who haven't read Plato's Republic. They've been, so to speak, living under a rock. A funny analogy in this case. Basically, Plato uses the allegory of the cave to describe the relationship between philosophers and non-philosophers. And it uses an optical metaphor, okay, a vision-based metaphor. So normal people don't see the world. Normal people are, in a sense, focused upon the shadows of real things on a wall that are projected by something else behind them that they don't see, right? They don't understand the way in which their senses falsify information. They don't understand how they don't have direct access to truth, and they respond to presentations as if they were the real world. Philosophers, by contrast, know a bit about the behind the scenes. They know a bit about the way in which our presentations, our senses, our images are created, and indeed falsified. And so they investigate into the truth that lies behind the falsification. And so the analogy is the philosopher is someone who has unchained themselves from being forced to look at a wall with fire shadow projections on it, to going outside and seeing stuff illuminated by the sun. So these illuminations are still, not strictly speaking, their true form, so to speak, but they are closer to the actual forms. And the sun too is like not like a true form. It's the image of the true form, right? And so having gained like additional insight into the nature of our images, of what we see and how we think and so on, the philosopher's job is to go back down into the cave and to find a way to translate this. Either to translate this to the language of the people who are facing the wall, or to indirectly move them to be able to understand the illusory nature of what they're looking at, right? But you'll notice what is involved in this is there is fundamentally a kind of class division that is fixed between those who know and those who don't. And those who know don't engage in, discourse with those who don't as equals. They manipulate those below them, those who are ignorant, either into knowing more and becoming like them, or into behaving a way which, serves the people who know more. And it's a short circuit of public life, because you are not in community with those people. You are treating those people as your lessers, right? They are people you are controlling. They are people you are dictating to, not people you're discussing with. And if you are discussing with them, It's disingenuous because you're discussing with them to manipulate them. So, what is the use of the allegory of the cave today? It allows a constitution that organizes public life into two houses. The first is the obscure room depicted by Plato, the underground cave, in which ignorant people find themselves in chains, unable to look directly at one another, communicating only via fictions projected on a sort of movie screen. The second is located outside, in a world made not up of humans, but of non-humans. Indifferent to our quarrels, our ignorances, and the limits of our representations and fictions. The genius of the model stems from the role played by a very small number of persons, the only ones capable of going back and forth between the two assemblies and converting the authority of the one into that of the other. Despite the fascination exercised by ideas, even upon those who claim to be denouncing the idealism of the Platonic solution, idea, by the way, the root of that is the ancient Greek word for form. It is not at all a question of opposing the shadow world to the real world, but of redistributing powers by inventing both a certain definition of science and a certain definition of politics. Remember, Plato's Republic, it's a translation of the term politeia. Sometimes that word is translated as constitution. Plato's Republic is, it's about science, it's about philosophy. It's actually about finding justice. And by justice, what ultimately is meant is putting things in their place. And so this relationship between those who know how to know and those who don't ends up being actually the basis of a certain proposed power arrangement. So despite the fascination exercised by ideas, even upon those who claim to be denouncing the idealism of the Platonic solution, it is not at all a question of opposing the shadow world to the real world, but of redistributing powers by inventing both a certain definition of science and a certain definition of politics. Appearances notwithstanding, idealism is not what is at issue here. The myth of the cave makes it possible to render all democracy impossible by neutralizing it. That is its only trump card. In this constitution dispensed by political epistemology, how are the powers in fact distributed? The first house brings together the totality of speaking humans who find themselves with no power at all, save that of being ignorant in common, or of agreeing by convention to create fictions devoid of any external reality. The second house is constituted exclusively of real objects that have the property of defining what exists, but that lack the gift of speech. On the one hand, we have the chattering of fictions, on the other, the silence of reality. The subtlety of this organization rests entirely on the power given to those who can move back and forth between the houses. The small number of hand-picked experts, for their part, presumably have the ability to speak, since they are humans, the ability to tell the truth, since they escape the social world thanks to the asceticism of knowledge, and finally the ability to bring order to the assembly of humans by keeping its members quiet, since the experts can return to the lower houses in order to reform the slaves who lie chained in the room. In short, these few elect, as they themselves see it, are endowed with the most fabulous political capacity ever invented. They can make the mute world speak, tell the truth without being challenged, put an end to the interminable arguments through an incontestable form of authority that would stem from things themselves. By being able to claim the right to speak for nature, by being those who alone can go into this other world, nature, and bring back its truths, scientists who are framed in this way as engaging in capital S science are essentially impossible to argue against, because normatively you are treated as if their word is law, and often quite literally they will invoke natural laws. And this is actually one of the reasons why, for example, like news organizations will constantly be publishing bullshit articles saying, look, scientists have discovered, and so on and so forth. Because if they said some random guy had a hypothesis, which is usually what the article ends up being, you wouldn't pay attention as much. But if capital S science did this, well, our world has changed, right? And yet, at first glance, such a separation of powers seems impossible to maintain. It requires too many implausible hypotheses, too many undue privileges. People would never agree to define themselves as a collection of prisoners with life sentences who can neither speak directly to one another nor touch what they are talking about, and who find themselves reduced to chattering without saying anything at all. Moreover, no one would ever agree to give so many powers to a fairy load of experts of whom no one had elected. Our legal system disagrees. Even if we were to grant this first series of absurdities, how could we imagine that scientists, and only scientists, could accede to inaccessible things themselves? More outrageous still, by what miracle would mute things suddenly become capable of speaking? Law, by the way, is a similar case as nature and as the economy and as the divine or whatever. By what fourth or fifth conjuring trick would real things, once granted speech through the mouths of philosopher kings, have the unheard of property of becoming immediately unchallengeable and of shutting up the other humans? How can we imagine that these non-human objects can be mobilized to solve the problems of the prisoners, whereas the human condition has already been defined by a break with all reality? No, there is no question about it. We cannot pass this fairy tale off as a political philosophy like any other, and even less as superior to all the others. Alas, to do so would be to forget the tiny but indispensable contribution of political epistemology. Thanks to the parentheses, we can name one of the two assemblies science and the other politics. We are going to turn this eminently political question of the distribution of power between two houses into a matter of distinguishing between a huge purely epistemological question about the nature of ideas and the external world, as well as about the limits of our knowledge on the one hand, and an exclusively political and sociological question about the nature of the social world on the other. It has happened. Political philosophy is becoming irremediably one-eyed, a monstrous and barbaric cyclops. The indispensable work of political epistemology turns out to be buried forever beneath the apparent confusion that the epistemology police go about creating between politics in the sense of what distinguishes science from the ideas of the cave world, and politics in the sense of the passions and the interests of those who lie in the cave. Whereas it is a question of a constitutional theory that has humans deprived of all reality, and non-humans holding all the power sitting in separate houses, we shall be told calmly that one must be very careful not to mix the sublime epistemological questions, quote-unquote, on the nature of things with the lowly political questions on values and the difficulty of living together. It's really so simple. If you try to loosen the trap by shaking it, it will close more tightly still, since you will be accused of seeking to confuse, quote-unquote, political questions with cognitive ones. The epistemology police the mind, exactly, the mind fuzz. Exactly. People will claim that you are politicizing science, that you seek to reduce the external world to what the chained helots put into their world of fancies, that you are abandoning all criteria for judging what is true and what is false. The more you argue, the more you will be challenged. It's like a Chinese finger trap. Those who have politicized the sciences in order to make political life impossible even find themselves in a position to accuse you, on this, the day of your cat's quinceanera, of polluting the purity of the sciences by introducing base social considerations. Those who have split public life into science and society through a sophism are going to accuse you of sophistry. You will die of hunger or suffocation before you have gnawed through the bars of the prison in which you freely locked yourselves up. It would be too easy to see the political intent behind the epistemological pretensions if we had not swallowed, thanks to the allegory of the cave, a modest supplementary hypothesis. The entire machine has functioned only if people have found themselves plunged into the darkness of the cave in advance. Every individual cut off from every other, chained to his or her bench without contact with reality, prey to rumors and prejudices, already prepared to go for the jugular of those who come in to reform things. In short, without a certain definition of sociology, the epistemology police is unthinkable. Is this how people really live? It hardly matters. The myth requires, first of all, that we humans descend into the cave, cut our countless ties with reality, lose all contact with our fellows, abandon the work of the sciences, and begin to become uncultivated, hate-filled, paralyzed, and gorged with fiction. Then and only then will science come to save us. Weaker in this respect than the biblical story of the fall, the myth begins with a state of abjection whose origin it carefully refrains from revealing. Now, no original sin requires public life to begin with the age of the caves. Political epistemology has somewhat overestimated its capabilities. It can amuse us for a moment in a darkened room with its own shadow theater that contrasts the forces of good with those of evil, right with might, but it cannot require us to buy a ticket to watch its edifying spectacle forever. Since enlightenment can blind us only if political epistemology makes us go down into the cave in the first place, there exists a much simpler means than Plato's to get out of the cave. We need to not climb down into it to begin with. Any hesitation over the externality of science was supposed to thrust us willy-nilly into mere social construction. I maintain that it is fairly easy to escape the menacing choice between the reality of the external world and the prison of the social world. A trap like that can hold up only as long as no one simultaneously examines the idea of science and the idea of society, as long as no one entertains simultaneous doubts about epistemology and sociology. Those who study science have to believe what the sociologists say about politics, and conversely, the sociologists have to believe what the political epistemologists say about science. Which, by the way, is one of the reasons why Nietzsche, in the Genealogy of Morality, relates capital S science, as it's being discussed here, to ressentiment and to slave morality. It is essentially another way of, he wouldn't use the language of short-circuiting because Nietzsche's not a Democrat, but it's a way of overcoming one's defeat by more powerful forces on one plane by referring them all to another plane in which the laws are inexorable and people more powerful than you have simply no seat at the table to speak, right? It's a way of silencing. So in Nietzsche, if we want to take sort of the democratic metaphor here to Nietzsche's Genealogy of Morality, the strong person, prior to morality, speaks through action. And then the weak person, who is subjugated by the strong person, has to speak with elaborate fantasies, elaborate fictional planes of existence, wherein they can find themselves overcoming the person who is stronger on this actual plane, right? And it's highly productive. It's highly productive intellectually. You get science as a result of it, but that's precisely the point. You end up with other planes of existence that end up dictating to us how we live here and essentially short-circuiting our freedom, thinking for us. We saw this the other day when we were responding to Malcolm Gwitt, who would talk about, like, God is the ground of being, so he'll just assert himself. And we don't need to argue with the atheists, and their arguments will be overcome simply by the fact that the ground of being is on our side. And that doesn't really work in terms of like the actual convincing of opponents, but it does work a lot in order to silence those voices inside of you that are maybe doubting certain religious presuppositions or what have you, because it gives you the comforting reassurance that there is another plane that is on your side, right? Vosh told me Nietzsche was a Kamala Harris Democrat. No. Nietzsche's a Graham Plattner Democrat. You're thinking of Lenin. Lenin's a Kamala Harris Democrat. Important distinction. Okay, Vosh has read a lot of theory, okay? He knows what he's talking about. Those who study science have to believe what the sociologists say about politics, and conversely, the sociologists have to believe what the political epistemologists say about science. In other words, there must not be any sociologists of the sciences. For then the alternatives would be too obvious. The contrast would be weakened. It would be understood that nothing in science, with a capital S, resembles the sciences, and that nothing in the collective resembles the prison of the social world. Salvation through science comes only in a world deprived in advance of any means to become moral, reasonable, and learned. But in order for this theory of science to take the place of an explanation about the work of the sciences, a no less absurd theory of the social world has to take the place of analysis of public life. There's a great novel that Brooks hates called The Player of Games by Ian Banks. I like Ian Banks. And the main character, Jerno Gerget, is a master player of board games. And this book came out in like 1988, I think. So it's like, this is before like, Euro games reached us. I guess they were a bigger thing in Scotland. But like, and there's a couple interesting books about board games that are sort of from that general few decades. The Glass Bead Game by Hermann Hesse, really good. But they have this common thread. There's a culture, I mean, quite literally, it's called The Culture in Ian Banks. But like there is a culture that elevates game playing to something like sort of an esoteric science, and it fetishizes it. And you'll see this stuff as well. People, by the way, when we're talking about nature and so on and so forth, intelligence is another thing that functions this way. The sort of mystification of like genius, right? Where geniuses are taught, they just have access to a different world. Okay, they're just out there. Anyone who's seen the racist tirades of like a chess grandmaster knows not to believe this bullshit. But they're like, I remember Columbo. There was a Columbo episode where they made fun of this notion, where they had like chess grandmasters talking, and in its typical like 70s sexist way, I think it was the 70s, might have been earlier. So this chess grandmaster and this other up and coming chess grandmaster who's like preparing to beat him, they're playing chess in a cafe, like a diner, and the way they're playing chess is the tablecloth is like a grid, right? It's like a checker thing, and so they just have like salt shakers and stuff like that all over the table. The waiters are looking at them like, what the hell's going on? And at one point while they're chatting, the the superior grandmaster is sort of like this jovial, like old Santa Claus looking fellow, and the younger guy is like, you know, he's the murderer, so he looks sharp and dark and you know, intense, and he's like, chess is, after all, the ultimate test of a man's mind. And the old man's like, really? I thought that was women. Different time. But that sort of notion of like, these sort of fetishized notions of expertise that create separate worlds of insight that then provide this seeming like diplomatic immunity to people who want to dictate to other people how to think. Not Go? No, it was an American show. Obviously not Go. And the punchline about it is when they introduce Columbo after the murder, he's in like a cafe or something playing checkers. It's the best. It's a great episode. Columbo's awesome, and Columbo, of course, is the smarter one. There's a flip side to this where it's like there's sometimes, especially you'll see this with like traditionalists or like with Christian epistemologists, they'll try to portray sort of like homely joviality and ignorance as if it has the same mystifying special immunity from criticism that like sharp demonic expertise does. You know what I mean? Watching Queen's Gambit looking like an extra. I'm feeling called out. But in any case, you get the idea. So nothing in science resembles the sciences, and nothing in the collective resembles the prison of the social world. Salvation through science comes only in a world deprived in advance of any means to become moral, reasonable, and learned. But in order for this theory of science to take the place of an explanation about the work of the sciences, a no less absurd theory of the social world has to take the place of analysis of public life. It is hard to believe that epistemological questions have been taken seriously, viewed as though, it is hard to believe that epistemological questions have been taken seriously, viewed as though they were indeed distinct from the organization of the social body. Once it has been deflected, the ruse loses all its effectiveness. Henceforth, when we hear censors ask big questions on the existence of an objective reality, we shall no longer make a huge effort to respond by trying to prove that we are realists, no matter what. It will suffice to retort with another question. How curious. So you are trying to organize civic life with two houses, one of which would have authority and not speak, while the other would have speech but no authority. Do you really think this is reasonable? Against the epistemology police, one must engage in politics, and certainly not epistemology. And yet, Western political thought has been paralyzed for a long time by this threat from elsewhere that could at any moment leave the essential part of its deliberations devoid of all substance, the unchallengeable nature of inhuman laws. Science, with a capital S, confused with the sciences. Politics reduced to the prison of the cave, where human deliberation, discussion, the common activity of humanity, dog, really. That's the epistemology police right there. By discarding the allegory of the cave, we have made considerable progress, for we now know how to avoid the trap of the politicization of the sciences. The object of the present work is not to prove this small point from science studies, but to spell out its consequences for political philosophy. How can we conceive of a democracy that does not live under the constant threat of help that would come from science? What would the public life of those who refuse to go into the cave look like? What form would the sciences take if they were freed from the obligation to be of political service to science? What properties would nature have if it no longer had the capacity to suspend public discussion? Such are the questions that we can begin to raise once we have left the cave en masse, at the end of a session of political epistemology that we notice retrospectively has never been anything but a distraction on the road that ought to have led us to political philosophy. Just as we have distinguished science from the sciences, we are going to contrast power politics inherited from the cave with politics conceived as the progressive composition of the common world. This, by the way, is one of the ways in which Bruno Latour takes Carl Schmitt's framework of understanding society fundamentally and the objects that populate our conceptions of the world as being essentially a society of spatially arranged, like spatial objects, right? Concepts. He's going to take this attitude and its unspoken conservative angle, which is, if the basis of a social order is a certain list and arrangement of concepts, and Latour is going to extrude sort of concepts from like a spatial arrangement of zones on the Earth, right? The public, the private, etc. The inside, the outside, the wall, the military, stuff like that. Where certain norms apply, where they don't. Latour's going to take this and he's going to apply this to our concepts of nature, politics, economics, religion, etc., all these things. And whereas Carl Schmitt is going to take the unspoken conservative angle of, this is what society is made of. Therefore, if we want to maintain social goods, we must protect this arrangement at all costs. We must prevent it from disintegrating, lest the power of one of these cells bleed over into all of the others and consume everything, making politics impossible. Latour's going to make a counter-argument. He's not going to cite Schmitt specifically here. This isn't a critique that he makes explicitly, although he mentions Schmitt in the footnotes of this book, and the endnotes, rather. He's going to argue instead that actually politics is a certain practice of composing these concepts and these arrangements. That human beings, human society is a constant, and society is another example of this, so I should refrain from using that word. It's another, a spatialized differentiator that actually is opposed to nature and to all these other things as well. But the collective is an endless well of creative energy that creates new concepts, that creates new arrangements, and so on and so forth. And so what we need to do actually is not oppress it from doing so, oppress it from destabilizing and altering like the current set of arrangements. We need to empower it to do so and to make it do so with as much clarity and freedom and openness as possible, being able to take into account as much as possible. And so in a certain sense, and I'm going to make a video about this in a few, probably next month at some point. I think it's in the schedule. I'm going to make a video called How Bruno Latour Eats Carl Schmitt, because essentially he does. He literally takes Carl Schmitt's frame of reference, and this is one of the reasons why Carl Schmitt has been useful for a lot of leftists, because when you understand a political constitution as being a certain spatial arrangement, you also understand it as arbitrary. You understand it as the product of decisions, and therefore you can't have a conservative attitude to it unless you take a Hobbesian approach, in which you propose that there is an externality to it that makes the maintaining of any arrangement at all absolutely necessary to avoid chaos, right? Is it a moose? I'm not in that part of Canada. Hey, Xendu. Like David Bentley Hart. I'm going to be responding to something by David Bentley Hart soon, apparently. Chaos actually works exactly the same way as this. This is Jordan Peterson's bread and butter. But yeah, that is our section on politics of nature today. Again, if you do not have a copy of this, we have a digital one on the Discord, but I highly recommend buying it. It is actually a very nice book. And also, look at this cover. Look at this cover. We need to normalize this. It's vaporwave before vaporwave. I mean, this was published in the 90s, so. But you can tell you can tell it was published in the 90s, and they haven't updated the cover since. But yeah, he's phenomenal. One of the other books we're going to be going over soon is by Donna Haraway, who he was best buds with. My headcanon is they were crushing. But Donna Haraway is staying with the trouble, making kin in the Cthulhu scene. This is her most recent book. And we're also going to be going over Bruno Latour's Down to Earth, which talks about it. And that's the next little bit in a nutshell. But we're going to be finishing Politics of Nature first. At the very least, we're going to finish the first section, because there's the first chapter. All right. Ecological crises, crisis, or crisis of objectivity. We're continuing with Latour's Politics of Nature. We're in chapter 1. We read up to page, I believe, 18. And we are continuing on page 18. Here we go. Ecological crisis or crisis of objectivity. Some observers will object that science studies are not very widespread, and that it seems difficult to use this discipline to reinvent shared forms of public life. How can such an esoteric field help us define a future common sense? It can if we combine it with the immense social movement of political ecology, which it will unexpectedly clarify. From now on, whenever people talk to us about nature, whether to defend it, control it, attack it, or protect it, or ignore it, we will know that they are thereby designating the second house of public life that they wish to paralyze. So remember, he conceives of the old regime, what he calls the old regime, the old way of looking at the relationship between nature and society, or nature and politics. And we can't really say society when we're talking about Latour because he challenges the idea of society itself in a very interesting way. I'll read this line here. There's nothing wrong with the use of the word social, as long as it designates what is already assembled together without making any superfluous assumptions about the nature of what is assembled. Problems arise, however, when social begins to mean a type of material, as if the adjective was roughly comparable to other terms like wooden, steely, biological, economical, mental, organizational, or linguistic. At that point, the meaning of the word breaks down, since it now designates two entirely different things. First, a movement during a process of assembling, and second, a specific type of ingredient that is supposed to differ from other materials. This is Bruno Latour's Reassembling the Social. It's an earlier book by him. But basically, when you're talking about any sort of externalizing category, whether it's nature, society, politics, whatever, the biological, and so on and so forth, insofar as they are taken to designate a type of substance, and by type of substance, I don't mean you explicitly are arguing for a type of substance. I mean simply, if you talk about it as if there is simply there are a range of things whose identity partakes of this one common thing that is not actually common to other things, that's an immediate red flag, because the world is actually multiplicitous. So if you break it down into homogeneous things, so that everything in here is the social, and it contributes to the social, and it impinges upon other social things and so on, but it doesn't impinge upon other, like, natural things or whatever, insofar as it's social. Or the natural, for example, the natural doesn't, like, the natural is in some sense separate from society, which is artificial. It's constructed on top of it, right? And it can you know, what is natural can destroy what is constructed, and what is constructed can destroy what is natural, but they are fundamentally separate in that way. Right now we're talking about nature and politics. So this is a bicameral system as he conceives it, in which there is an external nature and a politics that is separate from nature. And because they are separate, the one can be used as sort of a fixed launching point for settling disagreements or making claims or edicts in this one, right? And so he uses the metaphor of Plato's Republic, specifically the metaphor of the cave in Plato's Republic, to talk about how scientists go from the one house, over here in politics, to go to nature, grab eternal truths or facts from nature, and then bring it back to politics, and then short-circuit discussion. Because now there are no opinions. Now it's the molar and the molecular do interact differently due to scale and regime. That has nothing to do with what I was talking about. But because they are able to take what are considered to be facts outside of politics into society again, they are able to speak as though they're themselves not in any way politically slanted, and or in any way politically constructed, and so therefore it short circuits democracy by making some parts of democracy seem above the fray, so to speak, right? So he talks about this as being like the second house of a public life they wish to paralyze. That's what he's referring to, right? Thus, if the issue is a problem of political constitution and not at all the designation of a part of the universe, two questions arise. Why do those who are addressing us want two distinct houses, of which only one would bear the name politics? And just as a quick recap again, what's really important here is that this bicameral setup where you have nature on the one hand and politics on the other, that is a political arrangement. They are both part of that. Right? They're both separate. They're both they are both part of a political constitution. It's just one in which this phantasm of an external nature is a part of the constitution, and it essentially allows certain elements of that society to exercise de facto tyrannical authority, even though it is still like posturing as a republic or as a democracy, where there are different elements sort of like discussing and checking and balancing each other, etc. There's an interesting book by Damien Gerber called The Distortion of Nature's Image that deals with Latour's parliamentarianism implicit in this discussion of bicameralism. Does it deal with Latour specifically? That's interesting. What power is available to those who shuttle back and forth between the two houses? Now that we have left the myth of the cave behind and are no longer intimidated by the appeal to nature, we are going to be able to sort out what is traditional in political ecology and what is new, what extends the lowly epistemological police, and what invents the political epistemology of the future. We need not wait to find out. The literature on political ecology read from this perspective remains very disappointing. Indeed, most of the time it changes nothing at all. It merely rehashes the modern constitution of a two-house politics in which one house is called politics and the other, under the name of nature, renders the first one powerless. These revisitings or remakes even become entertaining when their authors claim to be passing from the anthropocentrism of the moderns, sometimes called Cartesian, to the nature-centrism of the ecologists, as if from the very beginning of Western culture, starting with the original myth of the fall into the cave, no one had ever thought about anything but forming public life around two centers, of which nature was one. If political ecology poses a problem, it is not because it finally introduces nature into political preoccupations that had earlier been too exclusively oriented towards humans. It is because it continues, alas, to use nature to abort politics. Good white boys do not do good Latour critiques generally. I still need to go over that one that we found a little while ago, that you went over. It looked horrendous. For the cold gray nature of the ancient political epistemologists, the ecologists have simply substituted a greener, warmer nature. For the rest, these two natures dictate moral conduct in the place of ethics. Apolitical, they decide on policy in place of politics. So this notion of, like, for example, certain types of ecologists, like deep ecologists and whatnot, are people who are like, oh, we need to return to nature, quote unquote, or we need to, like, get rid of, humanity needs to go away so that nature can come back. They actually engage in a massive anthropocentric move by insisting upon a conception of an external nature that is itself entirely a product of human politics and culture, as if it preceded it, right? It's awful. I'm reading Facing Gaia because of it. Is Facing Gaia good so far? I've seen some of his lectures. They were really good. Facing Gaia is one I really want to see. There's too many freaking things to read. I might do Facing Gaia before reassembling the social, or like simultaneously with it. So, by means of nature as sort of this homogeneous divine realm of facts, scientists and whoever who refer to it are able to decide on policy in place of politics, while thinking themselves, in all honesty, as being apolitical. They're simply deliverers of facts. Politics invariably misrepresents and cherry-picks science to its own ends. Literally, nobody makes policy based on objective fact. The last part of that is true. The first part of that is also true. Here's the mistake you're making, Mappy. When you say politics invariably misrepresents and cherry-picks science to its own ends, you are taking the political activity that is science as an institution and removing it from the equation. And now science is no longer engaged in a political act, which it absolutely is, right? That's the point Latour is making. And that's not a bad thing. The point isn't that that activity should stop. The point is that activity should be self-aware and should therefore be in communication with the other parts of society, which is a term I can't use. Other parts of the collective, okay? Why take an interest in political ecology, then, if its literature only manages to plunge us back into the cave? Because, as we are going to show in this second section, political ecology has nothing to do, or rather finally no longer has anything to do, rather, with nature. Still less with its conservation, protection, or defense. To follow this delicate operation, after distinguishing the sciences from science, readers have to agree to introduce a distinction between the practice of ecology movements over 30 years or so, and the theory of that militant practice. I shall call the first militant ecology, and the second the philosophy of ecology, or nature politique, an expression modeled on realpolitik. If I often appear unfair to the latter, it is because I am so passionately interested in the former. There is always danger, as I am well aware, in distinguishing between theory and practice. I run the risk of implying that the militants do not really know what they are doing, and that they have succumbed to an illusion that the philosopher takes it upon himself to denounce. If I resort nevertheless to this perilous distinction, it is because the green movements, by seeking to restore a political dimension to nature, have touched the heart of what I call the modern constitution. Now, through a strategic oddity that is the object of this chapter, under the pretext of protecting nature, the ecology movements have also retained the conception of nature that makes their political struggle hopeless. Because nature is made, as we shall see throughout, precisely to eviscerate politics. One cannot claim to retain it even while tossing it into the public debate. Thus, we have every right, in the curious case of political ecology, to speak about a growing divorce between its burgeoning practice and its theory about that practice. As soon as we turn our attention toward the practice of ecological crises, we notice at once that they are never presented in the form of crises of nature. They appear rather as crises of objectivity, as if the new objects that we produce collectively have not managed to fit into the Procrustean bed of two-house politics, as if the smooth objects of tradition were henceforth contrasted with fuzzy or entangled objects that the militant movements disperse in their wake. We need this incongruous metaphor to emphasize to what extent the crisis bears on all objects, not just on those on which the label natural has been conferred. This label is as contentious, moreover, as those of appellations d'origine contrôlée. Political ecology thus does not reveal itself owing to a crisis of ecological objects, but through a generalized constitutional crisis that bears upon all objects. Let me get a translation for that quickly, because my French is not so good. Are they actually not going to translate that for me? Wow, you dicks. Footnote. There is no shortage of remarkable works on the impossibility of stabilizing the modifier natural. My two favorites are Alston Chase from 1987 and Cronin's astonishing book on Chicago. There's one on parks, and they're not going to translate the phrase. Thanks, Bruno. Let us try to show this by drawing up a list of the differences that separate what militant ecology thinks it is doing from what it is actually doing in practice. 1. Political ecology claims to speak about nature, but it actually speaks of countless imbroglios that always presuppose human participation. The pollen is killer right now, oh my god. It claims to protect nature. 2. It claims to protect nature and shelter it from mankind, but in every case this amounts to including humans increasingly, bringing them in more and more often in a finer, more intimate fashion, and with a still more invasive scientific apparatus. 3. It claims to defend nature for its own sake, and not as a substitute for human egotism. But in every case, the mission it has assigned itself is carried out by humans, and is justified by the well-being, the pleasure, or the good conscience of a small number of carefully selected humans, usually American, male, rich, educated, and white. 4. It claims to think in terms of systems known through the laws of science, but whenever it proposes to include everything in a higher cause, it finds itself drawn into a scientific controversy in which the experts are incapable of reaching agreement. And 5. It claims to seek its scientific models in hierarchies governed by ordered cybernetic loops, but it always puts forward surprising, heterarchic assemblages whose reaction times and scales always take by surprise those who think they are speaking of nature's fragility or its solidity, its vastness or its smallness. 6. Political ecology claims to speak of the whole, but it succeeds in upsetting opinion and modifying power relations only by focusing on places, biotopes, situations, or particular events. 2 whales imprisoned on the ice, 100 elephants in Amboseli, 30 plane trees on the Place de Terche in Montmartre. Montmartre? Be Montmartre, wouldn't it? Place de Terche in Montmartre, I don't know. 7. It claims to be increasing in power and to embody the political power of the future, but it is reduced everywhere to a tiny portion of electoral strap hangers. Even in countries where it is a little more powerful, it contributes only a supporting force. It is Mart? Okay. Montmartre. So I got it right the first time. Nice. Let us now go back over the list and take as strengths what at first appeared as weaknesses. 1. Political ecology does not speak about nature and has never sought to do so. It has to do with associations of beings that take complicated forms, rules, apparatuses, consumers, institutions, mores, calves, cows, pigs, broods, and that is completely superfluous to include in an inhuman and ahistorical nature. Nature is not in question in ecology. On the contrary, ecology dissolves nature's contours and redistributes its agents. We're going to be mentioning this line, by the way, when I do my video on Foucault's order of things. 2. Political ecology does not seek to protect nature, and has never sought to do so. On the contrary, it seeks to take charge, in an even more complete and mixed fashion, of an even greater diversity of entities and destinies. If modernism claimed to be detached from the constraints of the world, ecology, for its part, gets attached to everything. 3. Political ecology has never claimed to serve nature for nature's own good, for it is absolutely incapable of defining the common good of a dehumanized nature. It does much better than defend nature, either for its own sake or for the good of future humans. It suspends our certainties concerning the sovereign good of humans and things, ends and means. There's a book by Iris Murdoch that I haven't read yet called The Sovereignty of Good, but it specifically adopts a Platonic view. I actually want to read that in the light of this book at some point. Maybe soon. Maybe that would be maybe a fun Patreon stream. Maybe next week. This line here, incapable of defining the common good of a dehumanized nature. This is really important because the common good is going to be something that is perceived by a human collective, right? So when you talk about a common good of the world apart from human beings, that is itself a humanism, right? That is a humanization. I've had a Murdoch book staring at me on my shelf for too long. Metaphysics as a Guide to Morals is actually pretty good. I don't know if I agree with it, but I read that in college and it was quite good, on the recommendation of Charles Taylor, who is physically ginormous. Seriously, the man's like 7 feet tall. It's terrifying. 4. Political ecology does not know what an ecologico-political system is, and does not proceed thanks to a complex science whose model and means would moreover entirely escape poor thinking, searching humanity. It does not proceed. Political ecology does not proceed thanks to a complex science whose model and means would moreover entirely escape poor thinking, searching humanity. There should be a comma there. This is its great virtue. It does not know what does or does not constitute a system. It does not know what is connected to what. The scientific controversies in which it gets embroiled are precisely what distinguish it from all the other scientifico-political movements of the past. It is the only movement that can benefit from a different politics of science. 5. Neither cybernetics nor hierarchies make it possible to understand the unbalanced, chaotic, Darwinian, sometimes local and sometimes global, sometimes rapid and sometimes slow agents that it brings to light through a multitude of original, experimental arrangements, all of which, taken together, fortunately, do not constitute a secure science. 6. Political ecology is incapable of integrating the entire set of its localized and particular actions into an overall hierarchical system, and it has never sought to do so. This ignorance of the totality is precisely what saves it, because it can never array little humans and great ozone layers, or little elephants and medium-sized ostriches in a single hierarchy. The smallest can become the largest. It was the stone rejected by the builders that became the keystone, according to Matthew 21:42. 7. Political ecology has fortunately remained marginal up to now, for it has not yet grasped either its own politics or its own ecology. It thinks it is speaking of nature, system, a hierarchical totality, a world without man and assured science, and it is precisely these overly ordered pronouncements that marginalize it, whereas the isolated pronouncements of its practice would perhaps allow it finally to attain political maturity if we manage to grasp their meaning. Thus, we cannot characterize political ecology by way of a crisis of nature, but by way of a crisis of objectivity. The risk-free objects, the smooth objects to which we have been accustomed up to now, are giving way to risky attachments and tangled objects. Let us try to characterize the difference between the old objects and the new ones, between matters of fact, what could be called matters of concern, now that we have gotten ourselves accustomed to the notion of nature. This is where it gets interesting. Matters of fact, that is, risk-free objects, had 4 essential characteristics that made it possible to recognize them at a glance. First of all, the object produced had clear boundaries, a well-defined essence, well-recognized properties. It belonged without any possible question to the world of things, a world made up of persistent, stubborn, non-mental entities defined by strict laws of causality, efficacity, profitability, and truth. Next, the researchers, engineers, entrepreneurs, and technicians who conceived and produced these objects and brought them to market became invisible once the object was finished. Scientific, technical, and industrial activity remained out of sight. What we call facts are produced through methodologies using technologies used by human beings. When you have a fact, something established as a part of the canon of facts about the world, facts of nature, facts of whatever, its production is not visible in that. It's simply there, right? You can't see the grain in the baked loaf of bread. Thirdly, this risk-free object brought with it some expected or unexpected consequences, to be sure, but these were always conceived in the form of an impact on a different universe, composed of entities less easy to delimit, which were designated by vague names such as social factors, political dimensions, or irrational aspects. In conformity with the myth of the cave, the risk-free object of the old constitutional order gave the impression of falling like a meteor to bombard from outside a social world that served as its target. Finally, sometimes years later, certain of these objects could entail senseless risks, even cataclysms. Still, these unexpected consequences, even the catastrophic ones, never had an impact on the initial definition of the object, with its boundaries and its essence, since they always belonged to a world lacking any common measure with that of objects. The world of unpredictable history. Contradictory to the impacts that one could retrace no matter what, the cataclysmic consequences had no retroactive effects on the object's responsibilities or their definitions. They could never serve as lessons to their authors so that the latter might modify the properties of their objects. Matters of fact were just that, matters of fact. The case of asbestos can serve as a model, since it is probably one of the last objects that can be called modernist. It was a perfect substantive. Was it not called a magical material? Sorry, not a substantive, dear God. It was a perfect substance. Was it not called a magic material, asbestos, at once inert, effective, and profitable? It took decades before the public health consequences of its diffusion were finally attributed to it, before asbestos and its inventors, manufacturers, proponents, and inspectors were called into question. Does this remind you of anything that we read in James C. Scott? It took dozens of alerts and scandals before work-related illnesses, cancers, and the difficulties of asbestos removal ended up being traced back to their cause and counted among the properties of asbestos, whose status shifted gradually. Once an ideal inert material, it became a nightmarish imbroglio of law, hygiene, and risk. This type of matters of fact still constitutes a large part of the population of the ordinary world in which we live. Yet, like weeds in a French garden, other objects with more extravagant forms are beginning to blur the landscape by superimposing their own branchings on those of modernist objects. As we see it, the best way to characterize ecological crises is to recognize, in addition to smooth objects, the proliferation of matters of concern. They are of an entirely different character from the earlier ones. This explains why we talk about a crisis every time they emerge. Unlike their predecessors, they have no clear boundaries, no well-defined essences, no sharp separation between their own hard kernel and their environment. It is because of this feature that they take on the aspect of tangled beings, forming rhizomes and networks. In the second place, their producers are no longer invisible, out of sight. They appear in broad daylight, embarrassed, controversial, complicated, implicated, with all their instruments, laboratories, workshops, and factories. Scientific, technological, and industrial production has been an integral part of their definition from the beginning. In the third place, these quasi-objects have no impact, properly speaking. They do not behave as if they had fallen from elsewhere onto a world different from themselves. They have numerous connections, tentacles, and pseudopods that link them in many different ways to beings as ill-assured as themselves, and that consequently no longer constitute another universe independent of the first. To deal with them, we do not have the social world or political world on one side and the world of objectivity and profitability on the other. Finally, and this may be the strangest thing of all, they can no longer be detached from the unexpected consequences that they may trigger in the very long run, very far away in an incommensurable world. On the contrary, everyone paradoxically expects the unexpected consequences that they will not fail to produce, consequences that properly belong to them, for which they accept responsibility, from which they draw lessons, according to a quite visible process of apprenticeship that rebounds onto their definition and that unfolds in the same universe as they do. The famous prions. Probably, that'd be a great band name, the famous prions. The famous prions, probably responsible for the so-called mad cow disease, symbolize these new matters of concern as much as asbestos symbolizes the old risk-free matters of fact. We argue that the growth of political ecology can be traced through the multiplication of these new beings that henceforth blend their existence with that of classic objects, which always form the background of the common landscape. It seems to me that this difference between risk-free matters of fact and risky matters of concern is much more telling than the impossible distinction between the crises that call nature into question and those that call society into question. We are not witnessing the emergence of questions about nature in political debates, but the progressive transformation of all matters of fact into disputed states of affairs, which nothing can limit any longer, into disputed states of affair, which nothing can limit any longer to the natural world alone, which nothing precisely can naturalize any longer. By translating the notion of ecological crises in this way, we are going to be able to account for the strangest feature of political ecology, one that runs entirely contrary to what political ecology claims to be doing. Far from globalizing all that is at stake under the auspices of nature, the practice of political ecology can be recognized precisely by the ignorance it turns out to manifest about the respective importance of the actors. Political ecology does not shift attention from the human pole to the pole of nature. It shifts from certainty about the production of risk-free objects with their clear separation between things and people, to uncertainty about the relations whose unintended consequences threaten to disrupt all orderings, all plans, all impacts. What it calls back into question with such remarkable effectiveness is precisely the possibility of collecting the hierarchy of actors and values according to an order fixed once and for all. An infinitesimal cause can have vast effects. An insignificant actor becomes central. An immense cataclysm disappears as if by magic. A miracle product turns out to have nefarious consequences. A monstrous being is tamed without difficulty. With political ecology, one is always caught off guard, struck sometimes by the robustness of systems, sometimes by their fragility. It may well be time to take certain ecologists' apocalyptic predictions about the end of nature seriously. So just to recap very quickly, I see there's a conversation happening in the chat. Hey, Jama. The point is not that scientists self-reflectively decide that they are giving non-contingent edicts to the public, right? The point is that there is this notion in our discussion that science in some capacity reads the world, reads nature, reads something that is in some sense unconditioned by society and language. And that is indeed the case, and you will see popular science writers talk about this all the time. This does not mean that actual lab scientists are not aware that there are problems with this. But the point here is not so much how scientists conceive their activity, but how their activity is situated in a social world, right? How their activity is situated with respect to the rest of the human collective. Is what they say being received as something that in some sense ends the discussion? Is the word of the scientist something that ends the discussion by reference to their access to nature, right? Are there discoveries, or are there interpretations of their discoveries, or their presentations of their discoveries, or of other people's discoveries? The institution of science, capital S science, we talked about this last time. Does capital S science speak with authority about nature, quote unquote, and therefore about the external conditions of society? Because if it does, then you have a situation where a political institution of science is actively adopting the role, at least of a part, of a sovereign, right? It is operating with independence from the rest of the collective in what is supposed to be a democracy. And we have this notion that science is a democratic institution. It increases public knowledge and so on and so forth. If science adopts or assumes the authority to dictate to the collective what it must do, right? Or what have you, or what it must believe, then it is no longer, right? If it is doing so on the basis of it has access to nature and therefore it operates outside of politics, if nature is taken to be outside of politics, if the activity of science is taken to be outside of politics, then you have something outside of politics dictating politics. Does that make sense? Like that's the issue. The issue here is not that science is not very useful, or that it doesn't get us new information, or that the information shouldn't be taken seriously. The issue is that when it is generally conceived that what science does is it goes outside of politics, then what it says is therefore above politics, right? But the activity of collecting that information and understanding it and delivering it is political. It is done by human beings in relation with each other for a given collective. It's a specifically political act. So we were going through Bruno Latour's Politics of Nature. We started getting into the issue of facts as objects, right? We understand now why political ecology has to let go of nature. If nature, quote unquote, is what makes it possible to recapitulate the hierarchy of beings in a single ordered series, political ecology is always manifested in practice by the destruction of the idea of nature. A snail can block a dam. The Gulf Stream can turn up missing. A slag heap can become a biological preserve. An earthworm can transform the land in the Amazon region into concrete. Nothing can line up beings any longer by order of importance. When the most frenetic of the ecologists cry out, quaking, "Nature is going to die," they do not know how right they are. Thank God nature is going to die. Yes, the great Pan is dead. After the death of God and the death of man, nature too had to give up the ghost. It was time. We were about to be unable to engage in politics any more at all. Readers may protest that this is a paradox. If they do, it is because they have the popularized version of deep ecology in mind, a movement with vague contours that claims to be reforming the politics of humans in the name of the higher equilibria of nature, quote-unquote. Now, deep ecology, in my interpretation, is situated as far as possible from political ecology. Moreover, the confusion between these two approaches is what constantly disrupts the strategy of the green movements, quote-unquote. And just to refresh the distinction between these different categories of political ecology in brackets, and so on, Latour includes at the end of some of his books wonderful little glossaries that explain all of his specific uses of terms. And so you can constantly refer back to it. I wish people like Deleuze had the wherewithal to do this, because it would have made their books just immensely more readable. Political ecology. The term political ecology does not differentiate between scientific ecology and political ecology. It is built on the model, but in opposition to political economy. It is thus used to designate, by opposition to the bad philosophy of ecology, the understanding of ecological crises that no longer use nature to account for the tasks to be accomplished. It serves as an umbrella term to designate what succeeds modernism according to the alternative, modernize, or ecologize. Basically, in short, political ecology takes the terms of art of ecology and doesn't project them into an external nature apart from politics. Instead, it includes essentially all the elements of our world as persons within a given collective, some of which are able to speak, like literate humans and corporations and so on and so forth, some of which, or legal precedents say, some of which have speech impediments. They need technological assistance in order to be heard. And that includes, for example, the climate, right? The latter, the green movements, quote unquote, persuaded that they could organize themselves along a spectrum ranging from the most radical to the most reformist, have in effect agreed to put deep ecology at the far end of the spectrum. By a parallelism that is not accidental, deep ecology fascinates political ecology as communism fascinated socialism, and as the serpent fascinates its prey. But deep ecology is not an extreme form of political ecology. It is not a form of political ecology at all, since the hierarchy of beings to which it lays claim is entirely composed of those modern, smooth, risk-free stratified objects in successive gradations, from the cosmos to microbes by way of Mother Earth, human societies, monkeys, and so on. The producers of this disputed knowledge remain completely invisible, as do the sources of uncertainty. The distinction between these objects and the political world they bombard remains so complete that it seems as though political ecology has no goal but to humiliate politics still further by reducing its power, to the profit of the much greater and much more hidden power of nature, and to the profit of the invisible experts who have decided what nature wanted, what it could do, and what it ought to do. By claiming to free us from anthropocentrism, political ecology thrusts us back into the cave, since it belongs entirely to the classic definition of politics rendered powerless by nature, a conception from which political ecology, at least in practice, is just beginning to pull us away. Now we can see the problem that obliges us to distinguish between what the ecological militants do and what they say they do. If we define political ecology as something that multiplies matters of concern as opposed to facts, things that are sort of raised as matters of concern, things that focus our attention, we give it a different sorting principle from the question of whether it is concerned or not with nature, a question that is going to become not only superfluous but politically dangerous as well. In its practice, political ecology disrupts the ordering of classes of beings by multiplying unforeseen connections and by brutally varying their relative importance. Still, if political ecology, because of the modernist theory that it thinks it cannot get along without, believes that it is obliged to protect nature, it is going to focus on the wrong objective as often as on the right one. This, by the way, Brooks, is going to be similar in a certain vein to my critique of your video critique of my video critique of aneurysm, so get ready for that. Even more perversely, it is going to let itself be intimidated by deep ecology, which, because it defends the largest beings arranged in the most rigid and incontrovertible fashion possible, will always seem to have the high ground, appropriating the power invented by the myth of the cave for its own benefit. Whenever political ecology encounters beings with uncertain, unpredictable connections, it is thus going to doubt itself, believe it has been weakened, despair over its own impotence, be ashamed of its weakness. As soon as a situation shows arrangements that are different from the ones it had predicted, that is, always, political ecology is going to think it is mistaken, since in its respect for nature it thought it had at last found the right way to classify the respective importance of all the beings it purported to be linking together. Now it is precisely in its failures, when it deploys matters of concern with unanticipated forms that make the use of any notion of nature radically impossible, that political ecology is finally doing its own job, finally innovating, politically, finally bringing us out of modernism, finally preventing the proliferation of smooth, risk-free matters of fact. With their improbable cortege of incontestable knowledge, invisible scientists, predictable impacts, calculated risks, and unanticipated consequences. When he's talking about invisible scientists, it's important to understand he's not talking about secret committees or like a scientific Illuminati. The point is, in the production of a fact, like an object, like a commodity. Here's a commodity. This is a pen. I rather like this pen. This was made out of many different commodities that were exchanged and put together and manufactured by people and machines, etc., etc. None of which you can see in this. You just see a pen. You take it for granted. A fact is like an object in that way. When you are presented with a fact, you are not presented with all of the human investments and human decisions that went into the creation of, or the fixing rather, of the statements that comprise the fact, right? So the scientists are invisible, if that makes sense. We see the confusion into which we are plunged if we mistake political ecology's theory for practice. The opponents of deep or superficial ecology reproach it most often with conflating humans with nature and thus forgetting that humanity is defined precisely by its removal from the constraints of nature, from what is given from simple causality, from pure immediacy, from the pre-reflexive. Yeah, exactly, Brooks. One cannot tell how the wheat was grown by eating the bread, and it's actually a little bit more dangerous in the case of facts. Latour likes references to Plato's Republic. We've already talked about the myth of the cave, the idea that normal human beings are locked in a cave in a world of illusion, and it is only the philosopher who goes up and sees the real world illuminated by the sun, who has to come down with absolute truths from the real world, the place of real being, and then deliver them as edicts to the people who are in the cave in some way, or to trick them rather into believing correctly what's up there because they can't communicate with them effectively, honestly, which is the reason for the myth of the cave in the first place. It's a noble lie. With facts, it's not just a matter of not being able to see the elements of production that go into the finished product, but through this hiddenness of the process of fact generation. I'm gonna use this term in a shorthand way. It's inadequate, but you'll get the gist of it. Ideological commitments and decisions and emotional investments surreptitiously sneak their way in. And it's almost like a fact operates as the ring of Gyges for a scientific institution that wants to enact power invisibly. And so through the creation of facts, scientific decisions by people in capital S science end up being encoded as political short circuits, right? These are no longer matters of debate. These are no longer things that can be considered. And often they have baked into them as well ought statements or implied ought statements. And the problem that Latour has with this is not that scientists don't deliver information that we should not ignore. The problem is that this creates this impression of there being this divine realm of facts and of nature, which is what facts essentially deliver to us. They deliver nature to us into our heads. They make it so that there is this sphere that then basically determines the proper outcome of debates or the proper inclusion in debates in politics by what is actually politically constituted. By actually a politically constituted institution, which is scientific institutions, which are manned by people, funded by people, funded by capital, using tools produced by capital, tools whose limitations and contours are determined by capital relations, and so on and so forth, all this stuff. We see the confusion into which we are plunged if we mistake political ecology's theory for practice. The opponents of deep or superficial ecology reproach it most often with conflating humans with nature, and thus forgetting that humanity is defined precisely by its removal from the constraints of nature, from what is given from simple causality, from pure immediacy, from the pre-reflexive. They basically accuse ecology of reducing humans to objects, and thus seeking to make us walk on all fours. As Voltaire said ironically about Rousseau, quote, "It is because we are free subjects, forever irreducible to the constraints of nature," unquote, they say, that, quote, "we deserve to be called human beings," unquote. Now, what best fulfills this condition of removal from nature? Why, political ecology, of course, since it finally brings the public debate out of its age-old association with nature. Political ecology alone is finally bringing the intrinsically political quality of the natural order into the foreground. We understand without difficulty that political ecology can no longer be presented as a new concern that arose in Western consciousness around the middle of the 20th century, as if since the 1950s or 60s or 70s, it hardly matters, politicians have finally become aware that the question of natural resources had to be included on the list of their usual preoccupations. Never, rather, since the Greeks' earliest discussions on the excellence of political life, of public life, have people spoken about politics without speaking of nature. Or rather, never has anyone appealed to nature except to teach a political lesson. Not a single line has been written, at least in the Western tradition, in which the terms nature, natural order, natural law, natural right, inflexible causality, or imprescriptible laws have not been followed, a few lines, paragraphs, or pages later, by an affirmation concerning the way to reform public life. Certainly, the direction of the lesson can be reversed. The natural order is sometimes used to critique the social order, and the human sometimes used to critique the natural. People can even seek to put an end to the link between the two. But no one can claim, under any circumstances, to be dealing with two distinct preoccupations that had always evolved in parallel until they finally crossed paths 30 or 40 years ago. Conceptions of politics and conceptions of nature have always formed a pair, as firmly united as the two seats on a seesaw, where one goes down when the other goes up, and vice versa. There has never been any other politics than the politics of nature, and there has never been any other nature than the nature of politics. Epistemology and politics, as we now understand very well, are one and the same thing, conjoined in political epistemology to make both the practice of the sciences and the very object of public life incomprehensible. This bears a bit of a digression. When Latour is talking about politics, often we use political as a kind of slur. We use it to refer to the realm of deception and mere opinion, etc., etc. This is not the case with Latour. Latour takes the political to refer to the domain of human collective action and coordination, and therefore, by the way, of our collective attempts to understand, to incorporate external things into our discourse, right? Science, in a word, and philosophy, which are social constructions. Not in the sense of a demotion of these things to like, well, that's merely a social construction. That's the same attitude that would regard the political as being necessarily a kind of demotion from the realm of like, oh, this is serious as opposed to this is merely deceptive and self-interested. The entire point is that, no, this is actually the collective investment that we have in exploring the world and in engaging with the world as a collective, right? Namely, like this is actually the frontier of how we actually engage with reality as it is, which is also a problematic term. So Just to reprise the last sentence there. Epistemology and politics, as we now understand very well, are one and the same thing, conjoined in political epistemology to make both the practice of the sciences and the very object of public life incomprehensible. Thanks to these double findings of science studies and of practical ecology, we are going to be able to define the key notion of collective, whose meaning we are thus gradually specifying. In fact, the importance of the term nature does not stem from the particular character of the beings that it is supposed to have assembled and that are thought to belong to a particular domain of reality. The whole power of this term comes from the fact that it is always used in the singular, as nature in general. When one appeals to the notion of nature, the assemblage that it authorizes counts for infinitely more than the ontological quality of naturalness, whose origin it would guarantee. With nature, 2 birds are killed with 1 stone. A being is classified by its belonging to a certain domain of reality, and it is classified in a unified hierarchy extending from the largest being to the smallest. The test is easy to administer. Replace the singular with the plural everywhere. Suddenly we have natures, and it is impossible to make natures play any political role whatsoever. Natural rights in the plural, it would be difficult to dictate positive laws by relying on such a multiplicity. How could we inflame minds for the classic debate over the respective roles of genetics and the environment if we set out to compare the influence of natures and cultures? It would be difficult to dictate positive laws by relying on such a multiplicity of natures. How could we inflame minds for the classic debate over the respective roles of genetics and the environment if we set out to compare the influences of natures and cultures? How could we curb the enthusiasm of an industry if we said that it must protect natures? How could we use the force of science for leverage if we were talking about sciences of natures? If we said that the laws of natures must curb the pride of human laws? No, the plural is decidedly unsuited to the political notion of nature. One multiplicity plus another multiplicity always make a multiplicity. Starting with the myth of the cave, it has been the unity of nature that produces its entire political benefit, since only this assembling, this ordering can serve as a direct rival to the other form of assembling, composing, unifying, the entirely traditional form that has always been called politics in the singular. The debate over nature and politics is like the great debate that opposed the Pope and the Emperor throughout the entire Middle Ages when 2 loyalties toward 2 totalities of equal legitimacy divided Christian consciences into 2 camps. If the term multiculturalism can be used with reckless abandon, the term multinaturalism appears and will continue to appear for some time, shocking or devoid of meaning. Just to illustrate this point, by the way, I want to take a quick digression into Michel Serres' Natural Contract. Just the very, very opening of it. It has this painting here, okay? Just not in color, unfortunately. War, peace. Reminder, by the way, the origin of the word polis, from which we get politics, refers to a fortress, refers specifically to fortress walls. It is an instrument of war. A pair of enemies brandishing sticks is fighting in the midst of a patch of quicksand. Attentive to the other's tactics, each answers blow for blow, counter-attacking and dodging. Outside the painting's frame, we spectators observe the symmetry of their gestures over time. What a magnificent spectacle, and how banal. The painter Goya has plunged the duelists knee-deep in the mud. With every move they make, a slimy hole swallows them up, so that they are gradually burying themselves together. You can't really see, it's not really very bright, but they're knee-deep in the mud here. How quickly they are burying themselves together depends on how aggressive they are. The more heated they struggle, the more violent their movements become, and the faster they sink in. The belligerents don't notice the abyss they're rushing into. From outside, however, we see it clearly. Who will die, we ask, who will win? They are wondering, and that's the usual question. Let's make a wager. You put your stakes on the right, we've bet on the left. The fight's outcome is in doubt simply because there are 2 combatants, and once one of them wins, there will be no more uncertainty. But we can identify a 3rd position outside their squabble, the marsh into which the struggle is sinking. For here, the betters are in the same doubt as the duelists, and both betters and duelists are at risk of losing collectively, since it is more than likely that the earth will swallow up the fighters before they and the gamblers have had a chance to settle accounts. On the one hand is the pugnacious subject, every man for himself. On the other, the bond of combat, so heated that it inflames the audience, enthralled to the point of joining in with its cries and coins. But aren't we forgetting the world of things themselves, the sand, the water, the mud, the reeds of the marsh? In what quicksands are we, active adversaries and sick voyeurs, floundering side by side? And I who write this in the solitary peace of dawn. Achilles, king of war, struggles against a swelling river. That actually happens, by the way, in the Iliad, which is a lot weirder than most depictions of the Iliad in film. He fights a river, and it's full of bodies. Achilles, king of war, struggles against the swelling river. Strange, mad battle. We don't know if Homer in Book 21 of the Iliad takes this river to be the mounting tide of furious enemies who assail the hero. In any case, as he throws the innumerable corpses of adversaries vanquished and killed into the current, the level rises so that the stream bursting its banks reaches up to his shoulders to threaten him. Then, shaken by a new terror, he casts off bow and saber, his free hands raised toward the heavens, he prays, and is his triumph so total that his repugnant victory is transformed into defeat. In place of his rivals, the world and the gods burst into view. History, dazzling in its truth, unveils the glory of Achilles or some other hero whose valor comes from laurels won in limitless, endless, renewed war. Violence, with its morbid luster, glorifies the victors for propelling the motor of history. Woe to the vanquished. A first step toward humanization came from proclaiming the victims of this animal barbarity more blessed than the murderers. As a second step now, what is to be done with this river, once mute, which is starting to burst its banks? Does the swelling come from the springtime or from the squabble? Must we distinguish two battles, the historical war waged by Achilles against his enemies and the blind violence done to the river? A new flood, the level is rising. Fortunately, on that day during the Trojan War, fire from the heavens dried up the waters, unfortunately, without promising any alliance. River, fire, and mud are reminding us of their presence. Nothing ever interests us but spilled blood. The manhunt, crime stories, the point at which politics turns into murder. We are enthralled only by the corpses of the battlefield, the power and glory of those who hunger for victory and thirst to humiliate the losers. Thus, entertainment mongers show us only corpses, the vile work of death that founds and traverses history. From the Iliad to Goya, and from academic art to primetime television. Modernity, I notice, is beginning to tire of this loathsome culture. In the present era, murderous winners are admired somewhat less, and despite the glee with which killing fields are put on display, they draw only unenthusiastic applause. These are, I presume, good tidings. In these spectacles, which we hope are now a thing of the past, the adversaries most often fight to the death in an abstract space where they struggle alone without marsh or river. Take away the world around the battles, keep only conflicts or debates thick with humanity and purified of things, and you obtain stage theater. Most of our narratives and philosophies, history, and all of social science, the interesting spectacle they call cultural. Does anyone ever say where the master and slave fight it out? Our culture abhors the world. Yet quicksand is swallowing the duelists, the river is threatening the fighter, earth, waters, and climate, the mute world, the voiceless things once placed as a decor surrounding the usual spectacles. All those things that never interested anyone from now on thrust themselves brutally and without warning into our schemes and maneuvers. They thrust in on our culture, which had never formed anything but a local, vague, and cosmetic idea of them. Nature. What was once local, this river, that swamp, is now global. Planet Earth. And people now talk about, for example, the Anthropocene, right? The extent of the human formation or transformation of the globe. Or, for example, they'll talk about climate as the singular thing, the climate. And strictly speaking, there isn't the climate. The world, even what we call like the globe, the climate, etc., is massively like multifarious and whatnot. But you can sort of see here, just as by way of illustration, there is the human conflict, and then there is everything else which objects to the human conflict. Nature is a regulating concept. Its function primarily is to resist the actions of anyone in this circle, but it's also constructed by people who are in this circle, who are in this conflict within politics, etc., right? Yes, this is Michel Serres. This is not Latour. This is Latour, who references this, and you can read a lot of Serres in Latour. The role of nature fundamentally as a singular thing. Once again, we've talked about this before. It's the wall beyond which there is no outside, upon which everything is built. It's the thing that is unobjectionable in a debate. And the problem is that what is unobjectionable, what is a matter of fact, is constructed by people who are taking part in the debate. People who are funded and produced by the debate, right? By the collective of humanity and our activities, our information production, etc., etc. And so, back to Latour, he continues. What is the effect of political ecology on this traditional debate? The very expression makes the point clearly enough. Instead of two distinct arenas in which one would try to totalize the hierarchy of beings and would then have to try to choose among them, without ever being able to succeed, political ecology proposes to convoke a single collective whose role is precisely to debate the said hierarchy and to arrive at an acceptable solution. Political ecology proposes to move the role of unifier of the respective ranks of all beings out of the dual arena of nature and politics and into the single arena of the collective. This is at least what it does in practice when it jointly forbids both the natural order and the social order to categorize in a definitive and separate way what counts and what does not, what is connected and what must remain detached, what is inside and what is outside. Multiplication of objects that put the classic constitutional order in crisis. Such is the means that political ecology has found, with all the astuteness of a burgeoning practice, to simultaneously confuse the political tradition and what has to be called the natural tradition, natural politique. The philosophy of ecology, however, takes great pains not to do in theory what it does in practice, what I propose to say that it does. Even when it challenges nature, it never calls the unity of nature into question. The reason for the gap ought to be clearer now, even though we shall need the entire length of this book for it to bear fruit. As long as political epistemology is taken seriously, that is, as long as the practice of the sciences and the practice of politics are not treated with equal interest, nature appears precisely not as a power of assembling equal or superior to that of politics, at least not yet. But then how does it appear? How can it justify the use of the singular nature in general? Why does it not present itself as multiplicity? Why does it put off measuring itself against politics, and thus letting us see quite clearly that we are dealing with two powers that can be criticized in a single thrust? Because of a fabulous invention that political ecology has already dismantled in practice, but cannot dismantle in theory without a slow and painful supplementary effort. Because of the distinction between facts and values that we shall have to sort out in Chapter 3. One could readily grant that there indeed exists a strong unifying power in nature, but this power concerns only facts. Everyone also agrees, of course, that there is also a power of assembling, ranking, and ordering in politics as well, but this power concerns values, and values alone. The two orders are not only different, they are incommensurable. Will we be reminded that this is just what the Pope supporters and the emperors claimed in the Middle Ages? Yes, but we see them now as two commensurable powers, simply enemies, because we have converted them both into secular figures. This is precisely my hypothesis. We have not yet secularized the two conjoined powers of nature and politics. Thus, they continue to be seen as two completely unrelated sets, the first of which does not even warrant the name of power. We are still living under the influence of the myth of the cave. We are still expecting our salvation to come from a double assembly, only one of whose houses is called politics, while the other one simply and modestly declares its determination to define matters of facts. We have no inkling that this hope of salvation is precisely what threatens our public life, just as the fall of heavens, according to Caesar, threatened my ancestors, the Gauls. Such is the trap laid by political epistemology, the trap that has up to now prevented the various ecological movements from supplying themselves with a made-to-order political philosophy. I do not hope to convince the reader of this crucial point right away. It may well be the most difficult one in our common apprenticeship. It will take all of Chapter 2 to restore coherence to the notion of a collective of humans and non-humans, all of Chapter 3 to rid ourselves of the opposition between facts and values, and then all of Chapter 4 to redifferentiate the collective using procedures taken either from scientific assemblies or from political assemblies. But readers may be ready to acknowledge even now that political ecology can no longer be fairly described as what caused concerns about nature to break into political consciousness. This would be an error of perspective with incalculable consequences, for it would reverse the direction of history and would leave nature, a body invented to render politics impotent, at the very heart of the movement that is proposing to digest it. It seems much more fruitful to consider the recent emergence of political ecology as what has put an end, on the contrary, to the domination of the ancient infernal pairing of nature and politics, in order to substitute for it, through countless innovations, many of which remain to be introduced, the public life of a single collective. This is, by the way, why I say that I think Ian Banks is actually in some ways very Latourian, because it actually specifically brings the non-human into a personal relationship with the human in a very interesting way, including conversations between literal spaceships, cities, computers, etc., etc. In any event, to say that political ecology is finally removing us from nature, or that it attests to the end of nature, should no longer be taken as a provocation. The expression may be subject to criticism because it may not do justice to the strange practice of ecologists, but it no longer has, or at least so I hope, the futile aspect of a paradox. When it seemed to have that aspect, we were simply at the crossroads between two immense movements whose contrary influence has for some time made the interpretation of ecology difficult. The emergence of nature as a new concern in politics and the disappearance of nature as a mode of political organization. And that's our coverage. That's our reading of Latour's Politics of Nature for today. The end of nature. We understand now why political ecology has to let go of nature. If nature, quote unquote, is what makes it possible to recapitulate the hierarchy of beings in a single ordered series, political ecology is always manifested in practice by the destruction of the idea of nature. And remember that political ecology is a new attitude towards the relationship between things in the world and between the human collective and other non-human things in the world that doesn't distinguish between different sort of externalized spheres of existence that are metaphysically separate from the human world or from civilization or something like that. Rather, you have a process of integrating the non-human as it is encountered into the discourse of the human collective. And so nature being this external, homogeneous thing that is, by definition, apart from humanity, out of the question. In fact, not just out of the question for political ecology, it is actually a non-politically neutral or a politically non-neutral proposition, because it ends up being a fixed part of the world that can then be used as a scaffolding for members of the human collective, whether that's priests, scientists, whoever, who can then use the authority they derive from that fixed external point to short circuit, in Latour's words, political discourse and disagreement by being able to bring to bear unquestionable facts, quote unquote, or divine laws or whatever, or laws of nature to bear against the mere opinion of political activity. And this is a problem for Latour, not because he distrusts scientists, but because this relationship obscures the way in which politics actually produces both the means and the people who are involved in the production of those facts, which are then treated as objects and not as the results of processes of interpretation. A snail can block a dam. The Gulf Stream can turn up missing. A slag heap can become a biological preserve. An earthworm can transform the land in the Amazon region into concrete. Nothing can line up beings any longer by order of importance. When the most frenetic of the ecologists cry out, quaking, "Nature is going to die!" they do not know how right they are. Thank God nature is going to die. Yes, the great Pan is dead. After the death of God and the death of man, nature too had to give up the ghost. It was time. We were about to be unable to engage in politics anymore at all. Readers may protest that this is a paradox. If they do, it is because they have the popularized version of deep ecology in mind. A movement with vague contours that claims to be reforming the politics of humans in the name of the higher equilibria of nature. Now, deep ecology, in my interpretation, is situated as far as possible from political ecology. Moreover, the confusion between these two approaches is what constantly disrupts the strategy of the quote-unquote green movements. And again, just to reiterate, at the risk of being redundant, deep ecology is at the farthest remove from political ecology simply because it insists in the strictest terms on not just the fixedness and homogeneity of nature, but on its perfection, permanence, and in fact elevated status with respect to politics. Now, the latter, deep ecology, persuaded that they could, or the green movements rather, the latter persuaded that they could organize themselves along a spectrum ranging from the most radical to the most reformist, have in effect agreed to put deep ecology at the far end of the spectrum. By a parallelism that is not accidental, deep ecology fascinates political ecology as communism fascinated socialism, and as the serpent fascinates its prey. But deep ecology is not an extreme form of political ecology. It is not a form of political ecology at all, since the hierarchy of beings to which it lays claim is entirely composed of these modern, smooth, risk-free, stratified subjects in successive gradations from the cosmos to microbes by way of Mother Earth, human societies, monkeys, and so on. And I believe, and I could be mistaken about this, but I believe actually when he says smooth, and he's going to get into this a little bit farther, I think he's actually taking from Michel Serre. I don't know if Michel Serre originates this, but Michel Serre talks about smooth versus, what is it, like fuzzy subjects, and the difference being in a certain sense that when we think of things as being, as their ontology being constituted by identity, when we have an understanding of the world that is based on the identity of objects within it, we treat their surfaces as if they were smooth, as if there's like a sharp line that distinguishes this thing from this thing. Whereas, in fact, no, things are quote-unquote fuzzy, right? When you imagine, for example, when you try to visualize, rather, the fact that there isn't like a sharp distinction in reality, quote-unquote, outside of our perception, beyond physical objects that we appear to be able to pick up as single individual things, and the area around them, and the universe as a whole in general, you imagine like lines and connections sort of transgressing the visual boundaries of the object, right? Fuzzy as opposed to smooth, is my understanding of this. The producers of this disputed knowledge remain completely invisible, as do the sources of uncertainty. The distinction between these objects and the political world they bombard remains so complete that it seems as though political ecology has no goal but to humiliate politics still further by reducing its power, to the profit of the much greater and much more hidden power of nature, and to the profit of the invisible experts who have decided what nature wanted, what it could do, and what it ought to do. By claiming to free us from anthropocentrism, political ecology thrusts us back into the cave. Since it belongs entirely to the classic definition of politics rendered powerless by nature, a conception from which political ecology, at least in its practice, is still beginning to pull us away. Now we can see the problem that obliges us to distinguish between what the ecological militants do and what they say they do. If we define political ecology as something that multiplies matters of concern, his alternative to facts, instead of facts as objects, there are matters raised to be concerned and appraised and integrated by the collective, we give it a different sorting principle from the question of whether it is concerned or not with nature, a question that is going to become not only superfluous but politically dangerous as well. Smooth of Latour is not to be conflated with smooth for Serres or Deleuze. By the way, very different things as I understand them. You want to elaborate on that? Because I am curious. In its practice, political ecology disrupts the ordering of classes of beings by multiplying unforeseen connections and by brutally varying their relative importance. Still, if political ecology, because of the modernist theory that it thinks it cannot get along without, believes that it is obliged to quote-unquote protect nature, it is going to focus on the wrong objective as often as on the right one. Even more perversely, it is going to let itself be intimidated by deep ecology, which, because it defends the largest beings arranged in the most rigid and incontrovertible fashion possible, will always seem to have the high ground, appropriating the power invented by the myth of the cave for its own benefit. For clarification again, the myth of the cave is Latour's appropriation of Plato's image of the situation of philosophers vis-a-vis non-philosophers. So non-philosophers are understood to be essentially people who can be imagined to be trapped underground in a cave looking at a wall with a fire behind them and puppets being put in front of it. And so their entire perception, their entire experience of the world is of shadows, not of actual reality. Whereas philosophers are people who have somehow been freed from those chains. They've gone up out of the cave. They've seen how actual things are and look. They've seen the actual source of visual light, the sun, and so on and so forth. And then they come back down having this superior vision to try and manipulate and or dictate to the people in the cave how they should be thinking. Right? Brooks says, vis-a-vis smooth and fuzzy. Smooth for Deleuze is topological, open, continuous space, which privilege is becoming. Latour uses fuzziness, less smoothness. Smooth is what he is critiquing. Fuzziness is what is produced by degrees of alignment or mediation, not topological. It's more about how ordering happens and is negotiated. I'm going to have to confess ignorance with respect to Serres. I'm basing that off of an intuition, but in terms of this, I feel like it's still topological. I feel like those are both sort of intrinsically topological. I think maybe what you're specifying is Deleuze is talking about literal space as opposed to conceptual space. I could be wrong. But I feel like as soon as you're talking about smooth versus fuzzy, you are actually talking about something that is necessarily to do with an area. There is no such thing as a two-dimensional fuzzy surface, right? That doesn't really... I guess maybe if you're conflating fuzziness with blurriness, maybe. But anyways. Topology is about deforming of space, but the identity of shape is preserved. I thought topology was just any discourse about space. It was just... Oh, it is. Okay. Topology is the branch of mathematics that studies the proportions of space preserved under continuous deformation, such as stretching, twisting, and bending, but without tearing or gluing. Do you mean topographical, then? Unless we're in, like, weird the fold territory, which is possible. Yeah, if you want to call in, sure. Do you want to call in directly, or are you going to join the stage? Oh, there we go. Hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Hay fever's killing me. How are you?
I'm switching gears like 19 times, and this is another one. Latour's so fun and interesting, and I just want to try to make sense of it. And again, I'm not Mr. Latour. Like, I'll fight for a lot of what I say about Deleuze, and probably even Sayers at this point. But so Latour, I'm less... like 100% confident. So even
well, I won't fight about Sayers. I was literally just flipping through Parasite, just cursorily, and there's literally a chapter called Fuzzy and the Smooth.
Your intuition isn't wrong per se. Like, this is where it's tough to start like drawing lines between these guys. So if I were to try to say it simply in a way that I just couldn't type, Deleuze fundamentally is fighting for a topological understanding of things because he uses spatiality, because transformation, because folding, because becoming and continuity are ontologically central to what he's building. And Sayers, for example, is doing a fuck ton of the exact same things. In fact, he uses a lot of Deleuzian terms. He's building on that. But his focus is primarily how heterogeneous things come together, how the world and communication coalesces. And that's why you're right in the sense that, because that's what Latour's doing. That's like 100% of.
But kind of in the opposite direction, though. Latour is more concerned about, from the outside, looking at these things, conceiving them as smooth, as opposed to actually fixing on the relations themselves.
So if I had to say, like the very specific place where I would be more nervous about saying that he's like looking outside or any of that, the way actor network theory, as I understand it, is about understanding that fundamentally everything is about mediations and translations.
Oh, hold that thought.
He used. Sure.
Atashkitty4444 super chatted $5. Since Chapter 5 of Deltarune released today, I'm wondering if you'll ever play that or Undertale.
Is that the last chapter of Deltarune? My partner liked Undertale. I haven't played it yet. Maybe, sure, why not? Sorry, as you were saying?
What was I saying? Sorry, I started thinking about Undertale because I need to get that for Dexter.
Well, apparently the new game just came out.
Yeah, I haven't heard. I haven't heard. Like, I don't know about you. I don't trust the Undertale community ever. So I don't know if it's good because no one wants to admit they're part of the Undertale community anymore because it's the worst community in the world. So I haven't like seen a lot of really glowing reviews. So
did something happen with them? Like, did they get really bad or?
Yeah, there's like a nightmare of people to deal with.
Oh, great. The game looks good.
Yeah.
The game looks visually good.
Oh no, I Undertale was excellent. So I get being a fan, but fandoms are shit. So whatever. Latour, as I understand it, is his function because of how actor network theory is sort of laid out, and his setup is very much not topological, like as a thing. Deleuze Serres foregrounding that, even if Serres is going down the realm of communication and understanding. Very different for Latour. Latour is about relations primarily. He's not foregrounding the spatial or topological. It's about traceability. And again, like with Serres, how does the heterogeneous become commensurable? And that how we order things, or how ordering becomes negotiated, is how we form hybrids, which is a big deal for him. And so it's not really about smooth or fuzzy or smooth striated. Everything is more or less fuzzy. There really isn't a smooth thing for him. That's like one of his things he goes after, is like that idea. He's critiquing the idea that there is just stuff that is homogeneous and simplistic, and instead there's always this really complex mediation that's happening constantly. And that's like,
Yeah.
like and it's tough, because it's like when you talk about like how all these thinkers would talk, Deleuze's smooth space that he famously talked about is the big open space of the desert caravan, right? The desert caravan's the smooth open space where becoming is constant. The planned city is the striated, because it's made of grids, property lines. People are where they are.
Yeah.
Latour would look at the same thing, and he would just not give a fuck about the comparison. He would be like, okay, so how does this city come to be? Where are the pipes? Where do people walk? Where are the blah, 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 all that shit.
Yeah.
And for him, it's all fuzzy negotiations to produce the order that we understand it as.
Yeah. Okay.
So they're not the same thing. They use a lot of the same language, which is annoying. It's really annoying.
Yeah.
And then like Serres on top of it, he would do much of the same thing you'd see for Latour. And again, that's why like your intuition's not wrong. It's just what he's doing is instead of dealing with like Latour caring about all of the different potential actors and how negotiations happen, it would be purely about the flows of trade, water, rumors, communication, political action, whatever it is.
Gotcha.
And that would be Serres' interest through Deleuze. Latour, less through Deleuze, more building his own project, kind of in the sense. So it's like, Jesus Christ. So it's like, you're close. You're not wrong. Like the intuition's spot on. And it's an interesting thing that I think I've seen some people play against each other. And so like, I'm not saying not to go down that road. It's just that they are doing just different enough things.
Well, I haven't read enough Serres yet, so I'm not going to anyways, but
you will, and you will love it.
Well, I'm liking this.
If you love Latour, you're going to love Serres.
The Natural Contract was really good. I've ordered Genesis, so I'm going to be going through those three basically over the next month. But
dude, Parasite and Genesis are. I need to get my book. I have my fucking next How to Philosophy is on Genesis. I've been writing it for like, what is it, 7 months now? Jesus Christ, I need to get that out. God, Genesis is so good, dude.
Brooks just discovered the Bible. For those who have just dropped in, he's very excited about it. New Q. It's the Quarantine Christian Collective now. Okay.
Serres' work is phenomenal, and I won't go off on too much of a tangent here, but what Latour is doing here is, and again, and I would love your thoughts on this, and I'll disconnect. Long-time listener, first-time caller kind of thing. As I understand Latour, he is primarily focused on those negotiations, those mediations. This is his jam. It's why he has written the books he has. It's why he's done the things he's done. He's really focused on like the idea of the becoming from the parts, and that the parts negotiate to create, and that everything is naturally fuzzy that way. It's again simplistic, oversimplified version of it. But
Jelma says,
that seems to be what he's doing here too.
Jelma says, someone who taught us both adored Serres, in particular the Five Senses, at least back in 2010. Is this the one who had a stroke, or is this the martial artist one? I'm actually probably going to guess. I'm guessing the one who had a stroke, but I could be wrong. Anywho,
Serres is
she survived the stroke.
Statue trilogy is phenomenal, but Parasite and Genesis fundamentally made me rethink how, like, these are formative books, so I'm very excited for you to get through them.
I am also Parasite. It wasn't print on demand. It was actually.
That would almost be like a thing of art if it was print on demand in its own way. Like,
Well, my
because-
copy of the natural contract was. That was print on demand. As soon as I got it in, I
Interesting.
saw that split in the middle. Then lo and behold, back page, manufactured by Amazon.
Interesting.
Every single one, I don't know what it is. I'd love to see their actual printing machine, because it always produces them with this split in the text, regardless of the size. Exactly one split right in the middle. And I guess what happens is when it's being bound, it must have the pages just like lying flat somehow before it glues them. But I don't get, or there's like a thicker glue in the middle for some reason. I don't understand it. But I think that might be what it is, because there's a little bit of the glue in the middle there. You can see kind of between the signatures, it goes down a little bit. It's kind of hard to see with this light, but anyways.
It's going to be this section that you're reading right now. I'm going to be curious how you kind of come to describe a thing that happens in a couple paragraphs. So it'll be interesting to watch. I'll be annoying and yelling at you from the stand as always. Enjoy yourself.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Neither of those. Tinted his fingers a lot, resembled a praying mantis, a man who taught us? Who resembled a praying... Oh. I know who you're talking about. And he talks like this. Anyways. I was thinking it was somebody in philosophy. Anywho. Is he still living? Oh my god. I actually don't know if he's still alive. I haven't heard from him in years. Anywho. Where were we? Yes. As soon as the situation shows arrangements that are different from the ones it had predicted, that is always, political ecology is going to think it is mistaken, since in its respect for nature, it thought it had at last found the right way to classify the respective importance of all the beings it purported to be linking together. Now it is precisely in its failures, when it deploys matters of concern with unanticipated forms that make the use of any notion of nature radically impossible, that political ecology is finally doing its own job, finally innovating politically, finally bringing us out of modernism, finally preventing the proliferation of smooth, risk-free matters of fact, with their improbable cortege of incontestable knowledge, invisible scientists, predictable impacts, calculated risks, and unanticipated consequences. And I am going to clean my glasses because I just realized I am constantly seeing a fleck on them as a comma, which is why I'm spacing my words weirdly. Which is really dumb. I think he's living his best life somewhere in South America. That's what I heard, but who even knows what that means or if he's alive anymore. We see the confusion into which we are plunged if we mistake political ecology's theory for practice. The opponents of deep or superficial ecology reproach it most often with conflating humans with nature, and thus forgetting that humanity is defined precisely by its removal from the constraints of nature, from what is given, from simple causality, from pure immediacy, from the pre-reflexive. They basically accuse ecology of reducing humans to objects, and thus seeking to make us walk on all fours, as Voltaire said ironically about Rousseau. It is because we are free subjects forever irreducible to the constraints of nature, they say, that we deserve to be called human beings. Now, what best fulfills this condition of removal from nature? Why, political ecology, of course, since it finally brings the public debate out of its age-old association with nature. Political ecology alone is finally bringing the intrinsically political quality of the natural order, I'm putting quotes, into the foreground. We understand without difficulty that political ecology can no longer be presented as a new concern that arose in Western consciousness around the middle of the 20th century, as if since the 1950s or 60s or 70s it hardly matters. Politicians have finally become aware that the question of natural resources had to be included on the list of their usual preoccupations. Never since the Greeks' earliest discussions on the excellence of public life have people spoken about politics without speaking of nature. Or rather, never has anyone appealed to nature except to teach a political lesson. Not a single line has been written, at least in the Western tradition, in which the terms nature, natural order, natural law, natural right, inflexible causality, or imprescriptible laws have not been followed. Oh, here we go. A few lines, paragraphs, or pages later have not been followed, a few lines, paragraphs, or pages later, by an affirmation concerning the way to reform public life. Certainly, the direction of the lesson can be reversed. The natural order is sometimes used to critique the social order, and the human sometimes used to critique the natural. People can even seek to put an end to the link between the two. But no one can claim under any circumstances to be dealing with two distinct preoccupations that had always evolved in parallel until they finally crossed paths 30 or 40 years ago. Conceptions of politics and conceptions of nature have always formed a pair, as firmly united as the two seats on a seesaw, where one goes down when the other goes up, and vice versa. There has never been any other politics than the politics of nature, and there has never been any other nature than the nature of politics. Epistemology and politics, as we now understand very well, are one and the same thing, conjoined in bracketed political epistemology to make both the practice of the sciences and the very object of public life incomprehensible. Bracketed because it's obscured. It's epistemology, the sciences, etc., obscure their political origins and the political nature of what they do, what they scaffold, what scaffolds them, etc. Which is, again, just to reiterate, not discrediting science. It is discrediting capital S science because there is no such thing except as the social mirror of nature itself, right? This idea that there is this grand institution like a priesthood that alone has access to the inexorable laws of nature, right? Sort of like there's that line from Network. The world is a college of corporations. What is it? Completely following the ineffable bylaws of business, or something like that. It's that sort of thing where it's like there are particular classes of humans and human institutions that are just better than the other ones, that are just able to then sort of assert their rights over every other thing, ignoring the fact that it all comprises the same thing. The text is slightly off screen. God damn it. It's an irregular PDF, that's why it bumps from side to side. Let's sort this out. One moment. We'll make it a bit smaller. It'll be fine. Okay. We understand without difficulty. Okay, we read that one. We're down here. Certainly, the direction of the lesson can be reversed. The natural order is sometimes used to critique the social order, and the human sometimes used to critique the natural. People can even seek to put an end to the link between the two, but no one can claim under any circumstances to be dealing with two distinct preoccupations that had always evolved in parallel as they finally crossed paths 30 or 40 years ago. Here we go. Conceptions of politics and conceptions of nature have always formed a pair, as firmly united as the two seats on a seesaw. Okay, we read this. We read all this. We're good. Okay, thanks to these double findings of science studies and of practical ecology, we are going to be able to define the key notion of collective, whose meaning we are thus gradually specifying. In fact, the importance of the term nature, quote-unquote, does not stem from the particular character of the beings that it is supposed to have assembled and that are thought to belong to a particular domain of reality. The whole power of this term comes from the fact that it is always used in the singular, as nature in general. And see, there it is again. Now it's like bumped in the other direction. Why is it like this? Why? When one appeals to the notion of nature, the assemblage that it authorizes counts for infinitely more than the ontological quality of naturalness, whose origin it would guarantee. With nature, two birds are killed with one stone. A being is classified by its belonging to a certain domain of reality, and it is classified in a unified hierarchy extending from the largest being to the smallest. The test is easy to administer. Replace the singular with the plural everywhere. Suddenly we have natures, and it is impossible to make natures play any political role whatsoever. Why? Because they are plural and therefore not fixed and singular with respect to one another. They don't act as like a wall in that way. Natural rights, in the plural, it would be difficult to dictate positive laws by relying on such a multiplicity. How could we inflame minds for the classic debate over the respective roles of genetics and the environment if we set out to compare the influence of natures and cultures? How could we curb the enthusiasm of an industry if we said that it must protect natures? And you can think here in terms of how the notion of international law frequently falls apart simply because law requires some top-down authority that is actually able to enforce the law, when in fact we know that international law is actually never actually enforced as a law. It is enforced or failed to be enforced based upon which parties decide arbitrarily, collectively, to not enforce them or to enforce them, which means they're not really laws. They're sort of they're sort of a codified set of excuses sanitizing breaches of national sovereignty and the norm of national sovereignty, sort of taking away the sting of it, making it seem like less of a violation. It's a rubber stamp on crossing borders while somehow maintaining the idea that states are sovereign. If you have multiple natural rights, natural laws, etc., they can compete with each other in the same way that the domestic laws of this state and this state can compete, and no one is authoritative over the other one. It doesn't have that same constituting power between states as it does inside of states. By the way, I really don't agree with Latour. Eduardo Veiros de Castro is who he's attacking, by the way, here. Where is he? How is he attacking Castro? What is he attacking by Castro? Whatever it is, it's in French. Whoa, it's in the footnotes. Let's see here. $33. Okay, here we go. How could we use the force of science for leverage if we were talking about sciences of natures, if we said that laws of natures must curb the pride of human laws? No, the plural is decidedly unsuited to the political notion of nature. One multiplicity plus another multiplicity always make a multiplicity. Starting with the myth of the cave, it has been the unity of nature that produces its entire political benefit, since only this assembling, this ordering, can serve as a direct rival to the other form of assembling, composing, unifying, the entirely traditional form that has always been called politics in the singular. The debate over nature and politics is like the great debate that opposed the Pope and the Emperor throughout the entire Middle Ages, when two loyalties, toward two totalities of equal legitimacy, divided Christian consciences into two camps. If the term multiculturalism can be used with reckless abandon, the term multinaturalism appears and will continue to appear for some time, shocking or devoid of meaning. And then there is a footnote. The expression was used for the first time, I'm assuming multinaturalism, as far as I know, by Eduardo Viveiros de Castro in relation to the Amazonian conception of the body. Let us note, however, that one of the French journals in the field puts the three terms natures, sciences, and societies in the plural, so the French are not hopeless after all. Is that an attack? I don't know if that sounds like an attack to me. I could be missing some nuance here. It sounds like it's just saying that Castro originated that term. Castro is explicitly a multinaturalist, built specifically to show there are many natures. But I think he concurs with this. I think he's affirming that there are many natures. He's insisting he's in agreement with Castro here. I don't think he's saying multinaturalism has no meaning. No, I don't think he's saying that. I think he's saying multinaturalism has no meaning with respect to this other rhetorical tool of multiculturalism, right? Because with multiculturalism, what you have essentially is a relegation of culture to the realm of mere opinion, costume, and food, and so on and so forth, like trivial things. They don't have the ability to, for example, like actually inflect the decision of the collective as a state. So politically, like from a Schmittian lens, politically, it has no meaning, in the sense of it has no weight, right? But it's not that it has no meaning for Latour. I think Latour is actually insisting on there being a multinaturalism. I think I disagree with you on that read. I think he's actually agreeing with Castro. I could be mistaken. I'm not reading him that way, though. Right? So he says here, if the term multiculturalism can be used with reckless abandon, the term multinaturalism appears and will continue to appear for quite some time, shocking or devoid of meaning. That appearing is kind of important here. I don't think he's criticizing. Multiplicities cannot become a unity, right? I think a multiplicity is a kind of unity. It's just the point, though, is that one multiplicity plus another multiplicity remains a multiplicity, right? Like, you're talking about a multiplicity, you are talking about the multiple in the one. You're referring to the multiplicity in the singular, right? Or the multiplicities is an assemblage of multiplicities, potentially. What is the effect of political ecology on this traditional debate? The very expression makes the point clearly enough. Instead of two distinct arenas in which one would try to totalize the hierarchy of beings, and would then have to try to choose among them without ever being able to succeed, political ecology proposes to convoke a single collective, whose role is precisely to debate the said hierarchy and to arrive at an acceptable solution. Political ecology proposes to move the role of unifier of the respective ranks of all beings out of the dual arena of nature and politics and into the single arena of the collective. That is at least what it does in practice. When it jointly forbids both the natural order and the social order to categorize in a definitive and separate way what counts and what does not, what is connected and what must remain detached, what is inside and what is outside. Multiplication of objects that put the classic constitutional order in crisis, such is the means that political ecology has found with all the astuteness of a burgeoning practice to simultaneously confuse the political tradition and what has to be called the natural tradition, natural politique. The philosophy of ecology, however, takes great pains not to do in theory what it does in practice, what I propose to say that it does. Even when it challenges nature, it never calls the unity of nature into question. The reason for the gap ought to be clear now, even though we shall need the entire length of this book for it to bear fruit. As long as political epistemology is taken seriously, that is, as long as the practice of the sciences and the practice of politics are not treated with equal interest, nature appears precisely not as a power of assembling equal or superior to that of politics, at least not yet. But then, how does it appear? How can it justify the use of the singular nature in general? Why does it not present itself as multiplicity? Why does it put off measuring itself against politics, and thus letting us see quite clearly that we are dealing with two powers that can be criticized in a single thrust? Because of a fabulous invention that political ecology has already dismantled in practice but cannot dismantle in theory without a slow and painful supplementary effort. Because of the distinction between facts and values that we shall have to sort out in Chapter 3, one could readily grant that there indeed exists a strong unifying power in nature, but this power concerns only facts. Everyone also agrees, of course, there is also a power of assembling, ranking, and ordering in politics as well, but this power concerns values, and values alone. The two orders are not only different, they are incommensurable. Will we be reminded that that is just what the Pope's supporters and the emperors claimed in the Middle Ages? Yes, but we see them now as two commensurable powers, simply enemies, because we have converted them both into secular figures. This is precisely my hypothesis. We have not yet secularized the two conjoined powers of nature and politics. Thus they continue to be seen as two completely unrelated sets, the first of which does not even warrant the name of power. We are still living under the influence of the myth of the cave. We are still expecting our salvation to come from a double assembly, only one of whose houses is called politics, while the other one simply and modestly declares its determination to define matters of facts. We have no inkling that this hope of salvation is precisely what threatens our public life. Just as the fall of heavens, according to Caesar, threatened my ancestors the Gauls, he's French, such is the trap laid by political, brackets, epistemology, the trap that has up to now prevented the various ecological movements from supplying themselves with a made-to-order political philosophy. I do not hope to convince the reader of this crucial point right away. It may well be the most difficult one in our common apprenticeship. It will take all of Chapter 2 to restore coherence to the notion of a collective of humans and non-humans, all of Chapter 3 to rid ourselves of the opposition between facts and values, and then all of Chapter 4 to redifferentiate the collective using procedures taken either from scientific assemblies or from political assemblies. But readers may be ready to acknowledge, even now, that political ecology can no longer be fairly described as what caused concerns about nature to break into political consciousness. This would be an error of perspective with incalculable consequences, for it would reverse the direction of history and would leave nature, a body invented to render politics impotent, at the very heart of the movement that is proposing to digest it. That language is very important. He conceives of the collective as essentially a process of digesting the non-human and making it a part of the body of the collective in that way. The collective being understood as not just the people that make up a political community, but also all of the propositions, all of the things that can be taken to, in a metaphorical or a not so metaphorical sense, to have concerns and interests and, well, we'll stick with concerns. They're matters of concern. Things that want to appeal as matters of concern to the collective to be taken into account in the final reckoning. And there is no actual final reckoning. There's always just new convocations of the assembly and a constant reiteration of the collective with every single decision, with every single crisis, and so on. But he lists some of these later on, so you get sort of a clear sense of what he's referring to. So, like, it can be anything from a river that is drying up. It can be a person who's not being adequately recompensed for their labor. It can be a disease. It can be a supernova, whatever, stuff like that. The point is, all of these things end up coming into our sphere of concern. They become matters of concern that therefore, in a sense, speak in the collective, just as if somebody was standing up and saying, we got to deal with that fire over there, something like that. Okay. So, nature was invented to render politics impotent. You no longer have to engage in politics in debate and persuasion. Now you can simply refer to nature. This is what happens in nature, so it shall go for us, right? And this is ubiquitous. You'll find it in Aristotle and Plato. You'll find it in Hobbes. Hobbes is a big one. We talk about Hobbes all the time. Hobbes refers to the state of nature as that cruel underlying reality that politics has to address. That states address, that systems of oppression address to save us from. And so it ends up being a very powerful reactionary tool, even if it is revolutionary in its own way. The state of nature ends up being a way in which the range of political possibilities is cut short because of this particular fixed notion of how we are, insofar as we are a part of the natural world, as in we are intrinsically violent towards one another, and without artificial state oppression, we'll tear each other limb from limb. So it would be an error of perspective with incalculable consequences, for it would reverse the direction of history and would leave nature, a body invented to render politics impotent, at the very heart of the movement that is proposing to digest it. Were we to say that concerns about nature broke into political consciousness by means of political ecology? It seems much more fruitful to consider the recent emergence of political ecology as what has put an end, on the contrary, to the domination of the ancient infernal pairing of nature and politics, in order to substitute for it, through countless innovations, many of which remain to be introduced, the public life of a single collective. In any event, to say that political ecology is finally removing us from nature, or that it attests to the end of nature, should no longer be taken as a provocation. The expression may be subject to criticism because it may not do justice to the strange practice of ecologists, but it no longer has, or at least so I hope, the futile aspect of a paradox. When it seems to have that aspect, we were simply at the crossroads between two immense movements, whose contrary influence has for some time made the interpretation of ecology difficult, the emergence of nature as a new concern in politics, and the disappearance of nature as a mode of political organization. And we're going to wrap it up here for Latour.